Good morning, everyone. We will get started in about 5 minutes. If you get kicked out of the room, you should be able to come back in. I ask that you keep muted, use the chat for Q&A once our speakers are done, and also to communicate with each other if you need to during the presentations and stuff. Maybe before we get started, I can tell you a little bit about San Antonio Women in Technology. Our organization was founded in roughly 2011. And our mission basically is to help women from the time, even before they know that they want to go into computing, through their education and their career and beyond. We hold monthly meetings. Our next meeting will be November 12th, and we're going to have a panel. We're going to have professionals and people working in civil service and people working at a university talk about what it's like right now coping with COVID. And we know all of that is creating a lot of tech challenges for us. So, we hope to see you at those meetings. I have your email addresses, so I probably will add them to the list so that you can become a member and be aware of what all we're doing. There is no cost for membership because our goal is to be all inclusive. We want students to join us. We want professionals, and we also have some that are retired in our group. So it's good to see everyone this morning. And I know that the students might have to come and go because of classes and stuff, but I want to welcome everyone this morning. I've got our sponsors page up here for this event this year. Gray Hat was gracious enough to reach out after last year and offer to co-host with us. You've all received a code so that you can attend to other events that they're hosting over the weekend or today and tomorrow after hopefully you'll stay through our sessions and then go to theirs after ours. But, but we appreciate our sponsors. If you have any questions about the event itself, if you type in SAUWITentech.org, you will come to this landing page, and right now it has our event on it. Here's our Zoom meeting link. You do not have to register for the event, Most of the things that we're going to be doing today are going to be in this room, except for during the career fair. And at that point, you'll click on the career fair link, and you would, any of these people that are at the career fair, if you want to see them, you click on their link and it'll take you to a page where they are. And so that you can talk to people from Our Lady of the Lake or Texas State or Texas A&M San Antonio or UT Texas or UTSA if you're interested in furthering your studies. And you've got several organizations here also to talk to about opening the positions they have open at their organization. So now that it is 10:11, our first speaker, I'm going to start the video for the first speaker. We're trying to do this with as little bit of possibility of things dying. And so I'm going to start the first video and hopefully it'll go through. Place any questions that you have in the chat, and Jennifer is here and she will answer some of those questions at the end. I will have those, give those questions to her for her to answer at the end. So I will go ahead and start that video. I appreciate all of you being here, and here we go.
Good morning, and thanks for joining me today. You my journey of how I got to be the interface development lead for my current project, and a few key pieces of advice I wish I had known when I started my career about a decade ago now. So I graduated from Texas State in 2010 with a business marketing degree, and I didn't really have a set path on what I wanted to do. All I knew is I wanted to get a good job, start making steady income so I could pursue my entrepreneurial dreams, and most importantly, start paying off my student loans. Immediately following graduation, I started working for a non-existent company anymore called the Scooter Store. I was doing insurance verification and qualification. And while I really appreciated the company's focus on employees' health and well-being, they had an on-site gym, they had a cafe with very healthy menu options. They encouraged, us just getting up throughout the day, keep moving. I just really thought the job itself was absolutely dreadful. I had only been there 3 months, but I remember my professional sales and marketing professor in college telling us that when we landed our first job, if we didn't see any growth potential within the first 2 years, that we should move on. So, looking up at the opportunities that would be available to me if I were to get promoted within that company, I just didn't see that those opportunities suited me well, and I didn't think that they would be something that I could ever see myself enjoying. So I was newly engaged, planning my wedding. I had only been at the company for 3 months, and I didn't have another job lined up, but I decided to quit. So this is where I say one fateful night to the grocery store changed my professional career forever. So my husband and I were grocery shopping, and I happened to run into one of my old college friends. I hadn't spoken to him since before graduation, but we just started catching up. I shared with him that I had just quit my job. I didn't have anything else lined up. And he shared with me that he had been working for a large rental car company doing their management and training position, and he was enjoying it. and if I'd like that he would refer me for a position within the company. So again, I didn't have anything lined up, so I said, sure. So I applied for that management and training position. I got hired and I immediately started working 50, 55, 60 hours, sometimes a week, selling my heart out, doing upsells and selling car rental insurance and whatnot. I was doing well and I was getting tasked with additional responsibilities, but again, I just didn't see that these additional tasks that I was learning were anything that I felt I enjoyed or that I felt would be useful to my future career. Um, so that being said, I, sat back, took a look at the future potential and where I could get to within this company. And unfortunately, whenever I looked up at their positions of leadership, I felt that it was predominantly male. I was about to get married. I was already working such long hours, and I just couldn't see this meshing well with the next phase of my life. I wanted to travel with my husband. Eventually, down the line, I wanted to have children, and it just didn't seem like that would be manageable with the family that I had planned on having eventually one day. So at that time, I really didn't understand what inclusion and diversity meant, but I just, again, knew that this was not the career for me that would mesh well with the next phase of my life. So at this point, I was a little bummed because I had already wasted, or I felt I had wasted almost a year jumping around at these two jobs. But, in hindsight, I actually appreciate that I recognized that early on and I didn't waste my time doing something that I didn't enjoy and that didn't provide me any value for my future career. So, anyhow, I reached back out to my friend again. And at this time, he had already been working for Accenture for 7 months now. And I asked him if there was still any positions that he could refer me for. And he said, sure. So I ended up getting interviewed for an Oracle EBS help desk support role. I went into my interview, hit it off with my lead at the time immediately. He had told me that he actually had graduated with the business marketing degree as well, and he taught himself how to code. He really enjoyed the job and the opportunities of the company, and luckily I got hired. So I started taking calls, logging and assigning out tickets, nothing too crazy for the first couple of months. Then about 3 months in, I started just getting restless. I again was thinking answering phone calls, logging tickets. This is not how I'm going to get promoted. I need to know more. So the only issue with that was that I did not fully comprehend how the systems were integrating with one another. I just couldn't wrap my head around that. I didn't know how to code, so I wasn't able to, query the database or run these SQL reports that, my teammates were running and, issues that they were resolving without me having that fundamental knowledge of how even these systems integrated with one another. So I tell myself I was having one of my French fry moments. And I'll just pause here for a second to share with you what a French fry moment is for me. So I started working at McDonald's. That was my first job. I was 15 years old. They put me in charge of the fries during the lunch rush hour, and I just could not keep up. I was devastated. Like, how could I not even keep up with making these fries at McDonald's? I felt like I had failed, and I went and told my boyfriend at the time, who I'm now married to, but I told him I can't even keep up with the fries. And he probably laughed at me and said, you know, I don't know what he told me, but he told me in the end, like, everything's a challenge and I just have to get through it, and it's not going to be hard. It's just a learning curve. And sure enough, he was right. So I ended up moving up from the fry girl. But now when I'm faced with a challenge, I always like to remind myself of that French fry moment. And I say, am I just having a French fry moment that I need to work through? Or is this really something that I just can't get through and I need to throw in the towel and find something else? So I was having one of those French fry moments. And at that time, I decided to just change my mindset. Instead of focusing on what I couldn't understand, like the systems integration and understanding how to read code, I started focusing on the things that I could control and the things that I could understand. So immediately, the first thing that I acknowledged was I was tier one help desk support. I was the gatekeeper for all of these issues that were coming in and filtering out through my teammates. So I held the power of entering these details into the ticketing system and querying back and understanding how to resolve these issues. The only problem I immediately had was there was a lack of information entered in the ticketing system. Oftentimes it was very generic resolution responses. And on top of that, I mean, my teammates were busy. It was challenging reserving time from their plate to explain to me these processes and procedures. So, taking a step back, I have a very special skill set, I like to say, for efficiency and organization. So, what I started to do was I just started doing what I could. I started standardizing email communications that went out to the clients. I started standardizing ticketing information that went into the system, maintaining standard naming conventions. If there was a document that was entered, I was putting what module, procure to pay, order to cash, plan to report, anything to make it easier for me to query back this ticketing system and investigate and look into what my tier two and tier three support team was doing. I made sure that I took full advantage of that opportunity that I had and implemented those standard responses and naming conventions into the system. On top of that, I would also query up, 5 to 10 questions, just a chunk of questions at a time for my teammates. And when I felt like I had enough to, reserve some of their time, I would send them a meeting invite, just set aside some time to go over these questions and really understand what they were doing in the system in order to resolve this for the client. And, I'm so grateful for the teammates that I have had over the years. They were more than willing to assist me and, teach me things in the system and things that I could resolve and take off their plate essentially. So from then on, things just really started clicking. I continued to stay persistent in the opportunities that I was pursuing on the team that were really allowing me to continue to learn and grow. And I then started to independently resolve these client issues coming in. And because of the standard naming conventions and just standardization across the most basic procedures on the team, I really was creating value to my client. I was minimizing the resolution times. Whenever tickets were being closed, I was providing key essential details for the client on how to avoid this for the future. I was just really growing and I got through my French fry moment. On top of that, I also started learning PL SQL, just very basic queries in the beginning. And again, I took it as an opportunity to be more efficient in the way that I was resolving these issues. I could query a single table and identify all the transaction details in a split second versus going all the way into the system and drilling down all these different forms to get some of the information that I needed. So with that being said, I really started gaining more trust from my teammates. And I even started getting tasked with doing our internal weekly reporting reports and our monthly client reports. At that time, my teammate who was in charge of, who had created those reports and was doing them, I was just fascinated with all of the conditional formatting and formulas that he had within the Excels, that you could just drop this large volume of data and everything would automatically calculate and format. So I really could have just taken his beautiful spreadsheets and just gone step by step, exactly what he told me, how to generate it, send it out. But me being me, I ended up actually really taking a look at, what he was doing, what are these formulas that he was writing. And I again thought, I can use this to my advantage to make my role more efficient in the way that I'm, again, resolving client issues or just overall tracking items that I'm doing. So I would just pick his brain about like how he formatted this, how he did this, and I was doing a really good job at doing all of those metrics and reporting. So at that time, I had been there a little over a year. Promotion cycle came around, and I actually got my first promotion. And at that time, I just felt so accomplished. Like I had gotten through the difficult part. I was really understanding this financial system that I had no working knowledge of before I had joined. And I was even picking up these technical skills like PL SQL and Linux, and learning like where these files were being archived and how that related to all of these concurrent programs that we were managing. So I was really proud of myself. Then shortly after my promotion, my team really started shifting around. My lead left to another company. A couple of other resources went on to just pursue some other um, things that they were doing in their personal life. And, with those resources leaving, I felt a little concerned that part of my support system that I had built up over the last year was leaving with them. But what ended up happening is we hired additional resources. So I ended up stepping into some of the responsibilities that my teammates who had left the project were doing. And when the new resources joined, it was my duty to start, training them up. And because I had already been documenting everything for the past year, I had, started establishing these processes and procedures um, for our help desk. The transition for these new resources was relatively smooth. So I also just, with my team leaving, I started really building a better relationship with my client team in DC. They were now reaching out to me from the San Antonio side if there was issues. And again, they just really started trusting me and my ability to analyze and resolve these issues. And I had gained their trust so much that I also started going to DC for annual year-end close support, client trainings, and whenever we deployed additional modules within the system, I was chosen from the San Antonio team to provide pre and post go live support. So that was amazing, just these opportunities that I continued to keep having on this team. And, promotion time came around and they were pushing to promote me again so quickly. And shortly after my second promotion, I remember having a conversation with one of our center's capability leads, and he was just asking me like how my role, how I was settling into my role, with my any new additional responsibilities, how my junior resources were doing at that time. And I recall him saying to me, "Oh, one day you're going to be in my role." And I kind of laughed and just didn't really think too much of it. Um, and at that point, it didn't really occur to me that I was limiting myself to some unknown barrier. I really could be a capability lead if I wanted to one day. And what was more reassuring is that as I looked up to the leadership positions within the company, I did see a diverse group of people. I saw women, I saw people of color, I saw just a wide variety of people in these leadership positions. And I just thought I can have a successful career here as well. And so fast forward to 2015, and I found out that I was pregnant with my son. My husband and I were so happy, and my team and company were so supportive of this next phase of my life. I was preparing for my 16-week maternity leave, and I couldn't help but have some insecurities about what is my team going to do without me? Or even worse, what if they do so well without me? They realize they don't need me anymore. So a lot of these are common insecurities to have for major life events like this, but it's normal. And it's also not okay for one single person to hold all the answers. So just a quick thing on that too. I always play a lottery game, and I like to say if somebody on the team wins the lottery, all of their knowledge is also going to go with them. So again, always just be mindful of one person on a team holding all the answers, and on the flip side, you holding all the answers to where you feel like you can't step away. Like just make sure that you're always trying to maintain that healthy work-life balance. So when I returned from my maternity leave, my on-site lead at that time also left shortly after I returned. And again, I still maintained a really good relationship with my DC client team. And at that time, they were talking about how to manage and merge two operations support teams to create this single shared service help desk in the next few years. They praised me and appreciated the work that I had contributed to our support team over the last 4 years. And again, it was promotion time, and I was promoted again. I felt incredible. I had become a subject matter expert in so many different process areas. I knew about BI reporting, and I had also picked up some SQL, some Linux, and understood the basics of ETLs. I knew enough development to give me a huge advantage over resources who were boxed in as just functional or boxed in as just technical. And I really honestly feel like that gave me an advantage and gave me the ability to continue moving up in my career that I had started. So for the next 2 years, everything continued to go well. I was learning the management side of things, and then the opportunity came for me to lead my team and another Oracle EBS financial team. So those shared service talks that had been happening a few years prior had come to fruition, and I was the chosen one to be their lead. So as I settled into my new role, I again found out I was pregnant with my daughter. And now as the lead, I really wondered, what is my team going to do without me? But thankfully, there's a good group of resources within the company. And there was another resource who was just between projects and ended up backfilling me. And I really didn't have to worry this time while I was on my leave what my team was going to be doing without me. Like, I felt like I had created a very structured environment to where, my team was going to be totally fine without me. And, at that point, I could really reflect on the work that I had done and the team that I had helped build. And I, again, just knew none of this could have been done if I was hoarding information in. I truly believe that my efforts to be a knowledge multiplier and to build up the next group of resources, whether on my team, really made me stronger in my next phase of my career. And again, as you start to begin your careers, I also encourage you to remember that as you continue to grow. Not only what can you do for yourself, but what can you do for others around you, and make sure that you are providing environments that allow people to grow. Um, so by then it was 2019, and I had grown to the top of my team, and I felt like I had just reached a fork in the road. I felt like the only way for me to move up was to move on, because there I just didn't see very many opportunities up at that point on my current team. I really, loved my work team that I had worked with over the last couple of years, and I really felt lucky that I had been able to experience so much growth on one single contract in my 8-year career with Accenture. Then one day, I was actually approached by a development lead for this payroll implementation project, for a potential role to backfill an interface development lead, here in the near future. So I hadn't really shared with anyone my desire to potentially move on to other opportunities. So I really felt like it was fate. And this was a payroll implementation project. So I was forewarned that this would be a completely different animal than I was used to. I just that the demands would be just so much more intense with the agile 3-week sprints that we would be needing to deliver objects within that specified time frame. So I have been married for 8 years now. I had a 4-year-old, I had a 1.5-year-old, but I decided to go for it. I thought this was my opportunity to continue progressing in my career. And at first, I I was going to be backfilling somebody. I felt like the duties came a little slow. The knowledge transition was not, maybe to the same level that I was used to and that I, you know, delivered whenever I was transitioning information. So I was really struggling to just settle into the role and really understand what my purpose was, really understand just the ins and out and understand these rice objects. It was a little intimidating and it was daunting. I broke down on several occasions to my husband, just questioning my ability to succeed in this role, and sometimes wondering why I decided to do this. Um, a couple of months in, things were a bit shaken up. My uh, 2 resources ended up leaving the company, and I felt like the rug was just pulled from under it. I wasn't where I wanted to be at that time. And I felt like I really needed to step it up. But again, I just didn't know where to go from here. I didn't know how to pick up those pieces and continue going. So again, I was having one of my French fry moments, and I was just working in I just started going into overdrive, just really working late nights, trying to understand the ins and out of this development processes. Again, seeing that there was sometimes not established process and procedures for my development team. And my brain was just exhausted every day when I was coming home from work, just trying to fill my mind with everything that I would need to catch up and really be successful in this role. Um, After struggling for a little bit, I actually ended up opening up to my leadership, just kind of expressing some of the concerns that I had about being able to, now that I saw everything on the table, questioning my ability to really deliver what I needed to deliver in this role. So I was relieved to hear that my leadership thought that I was doing well in my position, and it just gave me the motivation and encouraged me to just keep pushing. I really leveraged the relationships that I had built with other resources on the team previous to me joining this team, and just really made those connections with other teams and really understood the dependencies that each development team and each work stream had with one another. So again, I remembered, and I also just reminded myself how when I first got approached for this role, because I had been struggling also with, maybe a few insecurities, and I felt like a little bit of an imposter trying to lead these very technical resources to the finish line. And I myself was not a very heavily technical person. But again, I reminded myself on several occasions when I first was approached for this role, my leadership team knew that, but they didn't focus on me not being super technical. They instead believed in my ability to manage my team and essentially drive this bus to the finish line. So I really needed to continue to just believe in myself. And again, I took a step back and just saw how I could, or I should, leverage my special skill set again for efficiency and organization. Two skills that I feel are very highly underrated. Um, but I just started, looking at, talking to my developers first and seeing, what was the most time consuming thing that is taking time away from your ability to code and create these objects. And I just started looking for those areas where is there something that needs to be documented that isn't, that's just taking way too much effort and time away from um, the core aspects of their job. So also on the flip side, I had started to do a bunch of the client reporting for my development team. And again, I saw there was just a lack of documentation on what I need, all these reports that I needed to manage. So again, I just simply started documenting everything that I needed to do. And I also just really started building a relationship with my Scrum Master as well, and just meeting more often and talking about these dependencies and working through how to coordinate and get through those in order for us to build these work objects that we had in the pipeline. So it was about March of this year, and I was really fully transitioning into that interface development lead role. And another resource was as well transitioning to the overall development lead. So, all this in the mix. COVID also came along. So as her and I were continuing to just, understand the roles and responsibilities of our predecessors, COVID just added a whole nother and something else to the mix. And we ended up transitioning, like many, 100% work from home. And it became a lot more time consuming in scheduling calls with resources. It wasn't as easy to just turn around and talk to the client like it was when we were in the office. And on top of that, with all of these resources now being home, there was just issues with our environment. So it was a lot of challenges that we were now having to manage working remotely. And on top of that, I was still trying to settle into, this new role. Um, I really appreciate the resource that did get hired, and just her, continuing to be supportive and encouraging, and just again reassuring me that I was driving the bus in the right direction, and being very open to offering her advice along the way as we continued to build these work objects. And again, I will really say that while working at Accenture, I've really appreciated the female leadership that I have had the opportunity to work with. And, it means so much to be working for a company that promotes people like myself, people like her, into these leadership positions. Um, so, now, fast forward to now, we are still working through our sprint development phases. I am still learning so much for my current role, but I feel like I'm confidently driving that bus in the right direction to the finish line. And I truly believe that my experiences leading up to this role have really prepared me for this opportunity that I have. And what I want to say to you is, as you enter, sorry, this next phase of your life, and start your careers, I really want you to keep that move up or move out mentality in mind. Don't be afraid to leave a company within a short amount of time if it does not suit you and your opportunities that you want to accomplish for your career. And again, when you have those French fry moments, just really recognize if it's just a challenge that's uncomfortable as you grow through it, or again, if it's just something that you need to move on from, in order to identify and find something that's better suited for your future career. And I also would encourage you, just surround yourself with others like you. So, learn from your leadership, and really lead by example as you continue to progress through your careers. And again, lastly, I can't stress enough the importance of, really identifying and finding companies that really believe in inclusion and diversity at their highest levels of leadership. That to me is the biggest key indicator of your future growth potential within that company. And I just really, all of those things, just really keep that in mind as you look for these first career opportunities. And I just wish you all the best in this next exciting phase of your life. And I look forward to some Q&A with you all shortly. Thank you.
All right. We do have Jessica here for any questions if you have any. I do have a couple of questions myself, and I'm going to try to get it on speaker view first. So we'll have Jessica here. Okay. So Jessica, if you can unmute, I'm going to ask, the first question I'm going to ask you is, I heard that you bounced a lot of your ideas off of your husband, but sometimes, I don't know, maybe that was he was available all the time and had a very good, recommendation, but were there times that you felt there was something else, somebody else, maybe a supervisor or someone on your team that also helped you in those situations.
Yes, definitely. So at Accenture, we have a career counselor structure where the company immediately connects you with a resource within the company that you can sort of bounce ideas off of and just, assist as you progress in your career. So I definitely have created, beyond my career counselor as well, mentors. Like I said, I've had the opportunity to work with very strong female leadership who I've always been open to asking for advice and, how to handle some situations here and there. So yeah, definitely. I have a group of mentors, career counselor that I also bounce ideas off of.
Okay. Have you ever faced any kind of either gender or, any kind of diversity, anything that has caused you to feel, uncomfortable at the workplace, and how did you handle it?
So I honestly want to say I haven't had, I said Accenture is a very diverse company and they, have a wide range of, different types of people at all levels. And I really have never felt at at Accenture any, anything that would make me feel like that. I said in my my speech, I think whenever I was at the rental car company, that's when I really saw it wasn't necessarily something directly to me, but I felt like the leadership was predominantly male. And, while they weren't explicitly saying anything, it's just, you can see what the leadership looks like and kind of get an idea of like, well, it's not explicit, but it's, predominantly male. So.
Yes, yes. It's good to see people like us when we're working in places. You
Definitely.
said you had two really good skills, and one of the followers wanted to find out. You said one was organizational skills, and she was asking about what the other one was again.
Oh, yes, efficiency. So I don't know if it's, I'm the oldest of five. I've always been like a leader from the beginning. So I, orchestrating to make things go smoothly, I just love it. Definitely carry that over, into my career too.
Yes. We appreciate you being here. Do you have any other words of wisdom for the young ladies that are here and are about to start their careers? And maybe even some of them have stepped out for children, or they've stepped out to get a master's degree. Any extra advice you have for them?
So I think the biggest piece of advice that I've really held this year is there's no growth in comfort. So just keep challenging yourself to continue to learn and just keep pursuing those opportunities to keep you in those uncomfortable, but it's not uncomfortable, you're really growing. Just keep looking for those opportunities to continue to develop your skill sets. And then one other thing is also just make sure you're investing in yourselves, getting certifications, doing continuous education, even after you graduate and you're in the workplace. Just make sure that you're continuing to prioritize that as well as you continue to grow.
Can you tell me a time that you had to negotiate something and how you went about negotiating it? I think it's a skill that women don't feel comfortable doing. They feel like I think you said you had your daughter and you had just started a new role and stuff. So explain what you did and how you did it, because I think it'll help everybody here to understand a little bit about some negotiation techniques.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I haven't really had to negotiate my a pay or anything right now, but just I would say negotiating and setting standards for, you know, maintaining that work-life balance has been really important. So just, you know, setting like, hey, I have a hard cutoff at 4 on this day and this day. Doesn't mean that I'm not gonna, you know, complete my work, but it's just that is what it is. I have obligations outside of work, and my has always been very understanding. I will say, like, after I had my daughter, you know, I did have a lot on my plate. I was a lead, and you know, sometimes we have those insecurities, and it's best to just share those with our leadership. I know I had a conversation with my lead. You know, I set aside some time with her, and I said, look, this is a big adjustment going from 1 baby to 2. Like, I still feel like I'm adjusting, trying to catch up on sleep. But you know, I told her, like, it's a lot, you know, it's probably more my insecurities. And she, again, was just like, you know, I'm glad you came to me and just were open about how you're feeling. And you know, I think just the openness and getting that information to her and telling her, like, it's, you know, I'm adjusting this phase of my life, was really beneficial to making me feel comfortable transitioning back to the workplace. And then also just setting the right expectations for my team as I went through that transition.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was looking for. And everybody has to feel comfortable going to their boss and doing that, and recognizing they're valued by their organization, and they're not going to get fired because they need to quit work at 4 a certain day to do something. You know,
Right.
when you're sharing duties with someone else, daycare duties and everything else. So yeah, and then we have one, are there certs and skills that are coveted by Accenture? You know, like,
Oh, I see the question. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think just Accenture offers a lot of continuous education courses. I know before I took this role, they were really pushing for this new agile delivery method. So I would say it depends. You know, what is your career field? What do you see others in that field doing and getting certified in? I would definitely take advantage if your company offers those courses to, you know, take advantage as much of those as you can. And then, you know, for like Oracle, you know, is there a project that's going to be implementing GL? Maybe I should take some courses on that if that's something that I want to pursue. So just kind of, it's going to vary based on what your roles are that you're pursuing and the path that you want. But I definitely would say just continue to take advantage of those opportunities and really look into those.
Okay, then we have a couple of other questions. One is, how do you assert your thoughts and ideas in a male-dominated, you know, field, or even in a male just dominated meeting?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I know this happens, and you know, I'll say something and then somebody says the same, you know, a male will say the same thing, and it happens. It does. I also think, you know, there's a lot of books. I know I read a book a while back about just the differences in the way a female is in the workplace versus a male. And I think books, even podcasts or whatnot on that is really essential. I think as women, we really get into the details and the weeds of things. And then a male is just going to give like, you know, just focused on like, what is this one thing? And, you know, sometimes I'm victim of that too. Like I'm trying to get to this one thing, but then I'm like, I see all this over here and then I see all this over here and I feel like I got to fix it. And you just got to stay focused. And then I know when I've been in meetings and a male kind of repeats the same thing that I've said, like just, you really just got to like assert yourself and speak up and say what you need to say, you know, as tactfully as possible. But I mean, it happens and you just got to own it.
Yes, I've also heard if you have a person in the room that you feel confident asking them to listen to what you're saying, and sometimes they can correct it instead of you. You know, so that if you have a male ally that's sitting across the table, and when Bob says, hey, I think we should do this, and you're like, I just said that, maybe that other male can step up as a male ally and say, well, Jessica just said that, you know, or Jennifer just said that, or
Yeah,
Deborah
that's a good
or
idea too.
whoever. And, you know, or another female in the group. So it's not coming back from you, it's coming from someone else in the group. So, you know, just adding my little bit that I've heard, because I've
Yeah.
been in a lot of these sessions recently. And this was asked about what are the common interview questions that you have encountered, but I probably ask you, what are some common interview questions that you ask when you're interviewing someone for a position, you know, within your area?
Yeah, so whenever I am interviewing someone, one, I really am looking for like team mentality, like how have they worked collaboratively with other people? You know, whenever they're talking about their experience, like I really want to know like how they got through it, what were the results? I know they talk about like, I think the acronym is STAR. And, you know, if I ask somebody a question, I don't want like a yes, no, like just a very simple, like I want to know what is the action that you took? How did you get through it? Specifics. And I think if you can tell a story, and clearly paint that picture, that's going to help.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Are there any other questions from those in the audience? Did I miss any while I was going through? If you post them in chat, or even if you want to unmute and exercise your voice. One of the students is asking, will you be at the career fair later?
So I won't be at the career fair, but Victoria will be at the career fair on behalf of Accenture. So
Yes, yes. And we also have the roundtables at lunch. Are you going to be able to join us at lunch for those
yes.
roundtables? Awesome. So any students that want to, and then what I'll try to do is maybe limit them to about 10 or 15 minutes and move someone else into the room to ask, you know, questions and stuff of you. So
Sure.
she will be available from noon to 1. And, you know, we'll be in breakout rooms so you can ask her questions directly and introduce yourselves to her and stuff. And we really appreciate having you here today, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yes, and I see Victoria's there and saying that she's going to be there with a few people for that career fair. And when you go there, they will have their own room, and they will have a breakout area so that if too many people get in the room, at least one or two can be talking to people in that room. And the other thing there is, I would say if a room is really, really full, I would go to a different room and then go back to that room later and stuff. So we really appreciate having you this morning, Jennifer. That talk was perfect. I always have a hard time explaining what I want to hear, but everybody always gives me, it's like, that's what we needed to hear this morning. And stuff. So
yes,
awesome.
well, I hope y'all enjoyed it.
Yes, we did. We did. So we will have Ashley up in a few minutes. I'm going to reshare my screen and find our event page again. And so, yes, we'll be taking a short break. It looks like we have about 5, 8 minutes, 7 minutes left of the break. If you need to go grab a cup of coffee or something. Sadly, we don't have refreshments this time because I don't know how to share those through the virtually and stuff. But we'll hear from Ashley Pearson as soon as we get back from the break. And you're welcome in chat to say something to Jennifer or ask her a question. I think she's hanging around so she could talk with you. And I too love those French fry moments. I think it's good to have some acronym to use when you're talking about those challenges and stuff, and thinking about them as those moments, you know, and stuff, and that they will pass and stuff. So yes, and Okay, I am going to welcome our next speaker. She is Ashley Pearson, and she's a former sysadmin that has turned a threat hunter. She spent the last 3 years of her IT career in cybersecurity, which is to me very exciting to hear. She currently works at the Air Force Computer Emergency Response Team as a threat hunter, where she has been able to dabble in digital forensics and incident response. And she continues to feed her passion by actively participating in the InfoSec community, attending conferences and pursuing higher education in her spare time, which it sounds like she's pretty busy all the time. What, did I lose my? All right, Ashley, are you here and ready to start?
Yeah, good morning.
Awesome.
Sweet. Let me just share my screen real quick. Perfect. So my journey is a little bit different than Jennifer's earlier. So just to give everyone kind of a different perspective on how to get into InfoSec. That's kind of the goal here today. So just a little bit about me, just to expand on the little bio that you guys got. I am a former system admin. I've been threat hunting for about a year now, but I've been working full time in information security for about 3 years. Overall, I've been active duty military for 8 years now, and the time has really flown by. When I updated it on here as 8 years, I couldn't believe it had been that long already. As far as a little bit more personal, I have a farmhouse at my house. I have 3 cats and a dog that we just adopted. So we're busy between raising all the animals that we've got and participating in some of the higher education stuff that she mentioned earlier. I do have social media here that's on the right-hand side of the slide. I've got Twitter that I'm pretty active on. I have a website. It's pretty new, so I haven't used it a ton. And then I have LinkedIn. I'm not quite as active on LinkedIn, though, as I am on my other social media. Just to give you kind of an overview of what I want to talk about today, I want to talk about my journey, but since I am active duty military, I realize that's not a realistic journey for everyone to take. So I wanted to touch more on some of the things I've learned along the way that might help some of you in your journeys into your careers. I wanted to talk about community involvement and how important it is for people to participate to really get an idea of what they want to do and how they can get there in the end, some educational opportunities, and how to start your own journey into a career in InfoSec. So what I do specifically, this is kind of, I guess, my end state right now. I've been working at the Air Force Computer Emergency Response Team for about 3 years. I've was kind of a nomad. I've been to almost every position in this area. I worked as a tier 1 analyst for a long time. I did a little bit of signature writing for some of the security devices that we have. I've done some incident response, and finally I've landed in that threat hunter role. And if you don't have any experience working in cybersecurity, or you don't really know what a security operations center or a CERT team is, that's okay. I'm going to touch on it a little bit here, but this is kind of what I do in my day-to-day life right now. And this didn't happen overnight. You don't go from never having worked in InfoSec to having a job or a career here, and that's okay. It's tiny steps that get you to that picture here, and that's kind of what I wanted to highlight here. So I started off actually editing HTML code for MySpace. I think a lot of us who had MySpace back in the day, this probably looks familiar to you. I was really, really into decorating my MySpace page and editing all of my friends' pages and getting music playing that people couldn't pause to play all of my favorite music when I was a kid. So I started off doing that kind of as a hobby. I didn't even really connect the dots to it being, cyber or IT for a long time. But I did. I spent a lot of time doing this. I learned how to take off those really big glitter ads in the corner and change my background color and stuff. And this was kind of my intro into the field, really. But it's funny because I did this for a long time when I was a kid, and then I stopped and I entered the retail world instead when I was 16. And that's why I have on here, don't discount any of the skills that you're going to pick up from jobs that maybe aren't related to the field you want to work in. Because if you work retail, if any of you guys have worked customer service, you learn how to talk to people, you learn how to communicate ideas to people, and you learn how to talk to a bunch of different types of customers, which will really help you in the long run. You're going to have bosses that maybe aren't the nicest or the easiest to talk to sometimes, and you need to know how to communicate effectively with them. I think that's one of the biggest skills that I got from my jobs in retail was how to talk to a ton of different people with different backgrounds. And after I finished my stint in retail, I actually worked at a call center for Sprint. So I was the person that you would call if you had any problems with your bill or anything. I was the person that you would talk to or complain to. And that job taught me how to handle a bunch of different things at one time. So whenever anyone would call into the call center, a big screen would pop up and it would have all of someone's account information, a note-taking window. It would have a bunch of different things that you had to look at all at once, and you had to type and talk to someone and troubleshoot all at the same time, because by the time that phone call was over, you had to close out all of those windows with updated notes from the call that you just had. So that taught me how to work under stress. And especially because if any of you guys have worked in a call center, they record your phone calls on occasion and have you listen to them to give you feedback on how you handled your customer interaction, which is very stressful. I'm not really a big fan of listening to myself talk to someone, especially when, I was a lot younger back then, so not nearly as confident. But all of those skills that didn't seem useful at the time or really related to what I do now have actually played a huge part in the success that I've had in this field so far. And then at one point, I was working retail for a long time. So for me personally, the route that I chose to exit that field and get into more of a career was by joining the military. And I don't want this to seem like this is the only way for you to get into InfoSec. You don't have to join the military to do that. You don't have to actually hold any of the jobs that I've held, but I wanted to highlight specifically the skills that I gained from my first job as like a help desk technician or a server admin. And that was learning how to troubleshoot systems that were out, learning Windows, or I know Linux is really popular too. So if you work on Linux, that's fine, but just learning the fundamentals of operating systems, not so much from a school standpoint, because you learn a lot of textbook knowledge, but actually playing around with it and getting my hands on there and seeing why things work the way that they work was really important to helping me later on in life. And networking is probably my weakest area with all of the cybersecurity stuff here. But when I was help desk, it was really important to know, this application went down or this server went down. Why? Is it a network thing? How does my server communicate with other things on the network? And learning the OSI model too, and getting experience with it versus just, again, learning about it in school or through a certification field or track was really, really important. And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to start from the very bottom and work in help desk and then progress to server administration or anything like that. But if you're taking the time to learn these in school, kind of taking it a step further and playing around with some of the stuff and learning the concepts rather than just definitions is really, really important and really beneficial. And that's actually how I started my career into security versus just traditional IT. I was asked to lead the vulnerability management program for one of the organizations that I worked for. So I started learning about, what's a CVE or what are these vulnerabilities mean? And it says people are exploiting them, but how do they get exploited? And since I was IT at the time, my job was to learn about these and then apply it to how to fix or protect the systems that I was working on from those vulnerabilities and the exploits and stuff. And that's when I really started getting interested in security, was at that time. So the road to InfoSec, it has been a long road. Like I said, I've been in the Air Force for 8 years, and I only recently got a job in security instead of just IT. But I really started improving on some of the foundations that I had built, all of those basic operating system terms that I had learned, or basic networking protocols, and some of the beginner information I learned about vulnerabilities and exploits and how are people attacking things. I really started growing those foundations that I had built. So now I'm not learning basic Windows processes, but I'm learning how do they interact and what is normal, what's abnormal from what I learned before. I'm used to looking at all of these systems kind of doing the same thing in my environment, and now I'm being introduced to, well, here's what it looks like when they're abnormal or when they've been compromised in some way. I get to do memory analysis and a little bit of forensics in my new job, which is something that I never learned about before. So it's totally new to me. And it was really exciting to learn something new, especially with the incident response handling. Specifically with incident response, that's what I was talking about earlier when I mean the skills that I gained from some of my jobs before the Air Force are really important, because incident response is very stressful sometimes, and you have to balance a lot of different moving parts and pieces that can be very stressful in the moment, especially when you're new to the field. But having come from stressful jobs before, it wasn't quite as difficult of a transition because I was used to being under pressure in jobs that I had had before. And it really started shifting my mentality now from just typical help desk work where you have tickets and you're closing tickets and you're working a lot more with customers to more of a security being a priority. That was very different for me. But the nice thing about it is, you never stop learning when you're in InfoSec or really any field in IT, which is probably my favorite part. There's always something to learn, and there's always a new track being opened up or a new niche in the field that you can really dive deep into. That's kind of been my favorite part of this road and this journey that I've been on so far. Which brings me here to threat hunting, which I mentioned I did earlier. I take all of the knowledge that I gained from all of those other jobs, and now I get to look at it from a more proactive approach. I get to say, okay, all of those things that I've learned about, how can I find them in my network now? I get to apply them in totally different ways that I never would have thought possible. I get to consistently learn about new compromises or new indications of attack. It's just been a huge journey of learning. And a lot of people will end up in different end states. For me, this is my end state. I really, really like this job. But it's important to note, I never thought that I would end up here. When I was working retail, never did I think that threat hunting would be where my journey would take me. I've really been introduced to a ton of new things. And then when you're in school, you get introduced to all these concepts, and it can be really, really overwhelming with just all of the different areas that information security can break into and all the different jobs that are here. And the way that I found this was just by being open to learning new things in each of the positions that I held. Someone would introduce something to me and I would say, "Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard about that before. Let me dive a little bit deeper. Let me do some research and see what I can find." And I think that that's the core in everyone's journey, no matter how different they are, is just being open to learning new things and seeing where it takes you before you get to your own end state. And this is where we have to decide what we want to do with the time that we have, right? So, like I said, I don't want the message today to be the only way to be successful in InfoSec or to get to where I am is by joining the military and hoping that they put you in the job you want, or going to some help desk job and just sitting at a help desk job forever, thinking that you have to pay your dues before you can get into InfoSec. That's not really the message here, but the biggest point is we all have a lot of time on our hands, and how can we use that time effectively to maybe learn some of the things that'll make us successful in the long run. Now, one of the first things I recommend is really getting involved with the community. Cybersecurity and InfoSec, those communities are super active on a bunch of different social media platforms. Specifically, I call out Discord, Slack, and Twitter. A ton of people are on Twitter. If you go on there, you'll be able to find a lot of people who are really interested and excited about the field. So if you have any questions about anything, that's a really, really good place to get in contact with people who have been doing this for a long time to ask for advice or help, or maybe some input on problems that you're working through. Discord is pretty new to the social media realm here, at least for me. But the same thing, there are people in there who will talk to you in voice. There are mentor channels that you can be a part of. Slack is also really big, but I've noticed a lot of people are kind of moving away from Slack and getting more into Discord. And if social media is not really your thing, there are also CTFs. These are capture the flag exercises. I have like a book definition up there, but basically these are kind of games that you can participate in. I highly, highly recommend doing some of these in your free time. Not only are you going to be introduced to a ton of new topics, but if you've been working for a while on a topic, like if you think that you're really, really good at memory analysis, for example, it'll show you where your strong areas are, and it'll show you where some of your weak areas are too, so you can spend a little bit more time, learning those if you want to in your free time. But it'll also hopefully help build your confidence. That's been kind of the biggest takeaway for me, is the confidence building. Sometimes a lot of us, when we learn something new, we have a hard time, especially me, feeling confident in some of the skills and abilities that we've built, but a CTF is a very objective way in showing you, hey, you might know more about this than you're giving yourself credit for. So that's a huge, huge benefit to participating in these. Aside from the fact that just at the end of the day, these are a ton of fun to play. And if you get a really good group of people to play with, you can have a ton of fun doing these. And it's a good way to get introduced to a bunch of new topics that you maybe didn't think that you would be interested in before. Additionally, this is a really good example, but there are a ton of cons and meetups that you can go to. B-Sides has a ton of them, especially in San Antonio. I know B-Sides is really active here. DEF CON has local chapters as well. Gray Hat Con is a really good example of a conference that you can go to. This will help introduce you to new people in the field that you maybe didn't know before, so you can reach out to them in the future, again, with any questions that you might have. There are the huge conferences that you go to, but there are also smaller local chapters. I kind of prefer the smaller local chapters just because sometimes the big cons can be very overwhelming, especially just being around a ton of people that you don't know. So I recommend checking out the local chapters for sure. And the local chapters are also really affordable. A lot of times, I've been to a couple of the local DEF CON meets here in San Antonio, and those are free so long as you reserve a spot. And I've met a lot of really, really great people at those local meetups too. But then every once in a while, it's kind of fun to go to the larger ones and see some of the people who have been doing this job for a long time talk about the things that they're passionate about. It's really exciting to see people who are excited about the same things you are too, and they really show you like how they got to the spot that they're at too, which I prefer, or that's one of the things that I prefer getting from those meetups. Additionally, home labbing. So I talked earlier about you can get a lot of information from school and from all the different certification tracks that you can go on. But the biggest benefit for me, and one of the things that I've enjoyed spending my free time doing, is actually taking that book knowledge and applying it in a home lab. So this will let you deploy virtual machines. You can try out new tools. You can try out attacks in your home lab, or you can just get experience with some of those operating systems I talked about earlier too. And the nice thing about it, you can spend very little on a home lab, or you can get crazy and spend tons of money on them too. So this is really available to a wide variety of money and skills and backgrounds and stuff too. So this is probably the best way to learn. I know for me personally, so if you're a hands-on learner, I have a hard time just reading something and understanding it the first time I've read it, or having someone explain something to me and then walking away being like, oh, I totally absorbed 100% of what they just explained. So if you get into home labbing or virtualizing anything, this is a great way to get that hands-on experience and really grow some confidence in those skills that you may be learning about or just starting out to develop. I'm a very, very big proponent for self-learning. I think that some organizations you won't get the opportunity to get a ton of training paid for, and that's okay. There's a lot of free and affordable training that you can go to as well to supplement some of the formal education that you have. Especially the white papers and the blog posts, I spend a lot of my time reading white papers other people have published or blog posts from some of the SMEs in the field. I'm in a couple of Discord servers with my coworkers, and I'm constantly spamming them with, "Hey, I found this. Has anyone read this? Or does anyone want to talk about this later?" I do it a lot. It's one of my favorite things. But I'm also just a really big fan of school and learning new things, which is why I like this field so much. But there's a ton of training that you can take advantage of online. I put D for Diva up here. If you guys aren't familiar with her, you should totally check out her website. She is posting constant streams of free or very affordable things to her website. So if you're ever at a loss of what to do, if you've got some time to kill, she has so much training. I don't even think I could get through it in my lifetime. And she does it really nicely. She breaks it up into different categories. So if you know what you're looking for, she's got it on there. Or if you don't know what you're looking for, I'm sure she's also got it on there. But Cybrary and Udemy are also really good resources that you can use to kind of supplement some of the formal training that you're getting. Another big one, webcasts and YouTube. Now, especially since COVID has started, webcasts have exploded. I feel like every day there's like 4 or 5 webcasts going on, especially from Black Hill or Trusted Sec there in the center. SANS does a ton of webcasts on any topic under the sun that's related to this field. I've got some of them up here, but mentoring is really popular. So there's a ton of webcasts you can check out on how to break into the field, how to approach someone you want to mentor you, how to be a good mentee if you do find a mentor. There's stuff on really, really niche topics like threat hunting. There's how to improve your programming skills. Just any topic you can think of, someone out there has a YouTube video or a webcast. And because they're on YouTube, these are also free or affordable to attend some of the webcasts as well. Highly recommend checking these out. You can also, sometimes I just play them in the background as background noise, and you'd be surprised how much you can pick up from like a webcast or a podcast. But these are some of my favorite channels and my favorite videos to check out for sure. And this is probably the easiest way to ensure that you're constantly learning new things and staying up to date with some of the things that are happening in the field. I mentioned a couple of times that InfoSec, there's a ton to learn. I don't think anyone could ever learn everything there is to know in this field, and that's okay. But it's also constantly evolving. It feels like every day there's a new attack or a new proof of concept that's come out, a new tool that's come out. These are really, really good ways to kind of keep up with all of that. And if you have a mind that's always wanting more or wanting to learn more, YouTube, webcasts, some of the stuff I mentioned earlier, these are great ways to kind of feed that. As far as education and cert goes, this is a super common topic that comes up. I think formal training can be valuable, but I think the informal training that you get can be just as, if not more valuable than the formal stuff. And by informal training, I mean pretty much all the stuff that I mentioned earlier, watching YouTube videos, listening to webcasts, just messing around in your home lab if you've got it, or if you have just a little virtual machine on your desktop. And all of that stuff is just as valuable as the very, very expensive training that sometimes just isn't a good option for a lot of people. But if you do want to get some of the formal training, a lot of them have student, military, or other discount programs you can participate in. I know SANS is really, really popular in this field, but they're also insanely expensive. They have work study programs you can participate in to significantly lower the cost of training courses. Honestly, if you're interested in a formal training opportunity, it never hurts to just reach out to them and ask them if they have discounts or anything like that before you just kind of pay full price for it, right? And I want to note here too, just like with the military and the help desk stuff, it's not required for you to work any of those positions that are more entry level. It's also not required for you to have a ton of formal training or certifications after your name on LinkedIn to be successful. There are a ton of people who you can find them on LinkedIn and Twitter and stuff who are really, really successful in this field and don't have any formal training after their or under their belt. And they've just utilized their time effectively to get good at the skills that they're building. So don't let this hold you back. Don't be intimidated by the people who have a ton of education and a ton of certs and be like, wow, I can't do that. I don't have any of that stuff. Don't let that hold you back from your journey. You can be just as great, if not better, having a ton of informal training that you've worked really hard on and really honed your skills with. And that's kind of the biggest point. Don't focus so much on climbing the ladder and getting cert after cert after cert. If you focus on the skills you're building, you're going to be successful in this field. And I mentioned earlier, this is just one screenshot of some of the alphabet soup that exists out there as far as the certifications go in the field. If any of you have seen this around, and now that you're seeing it here, please do not be intimidated by this giant mess of certifications. Like, you don't need any of these necessarily to be successful in this field. And the amount of money that exists on this one slide is insane. So focus on what they're trying to get you to learn to get the certification and try to get good at those skills, not necessarily like, well, I know everything there is to know about GXPN or penetration testing, but I don't have that cert, so I can't apply to any of these jobs, or I won't know as much as someone who has it, because that is absolutely not true. And starting this journey, I know for me specifically, again, my story is a little different because I joined the military, so I didn't have a choice necessarily in what my job was. But it can be very intimidating to take that first step in the direction of what you want your career to be. But the point is just to start. Once you start, I think starting is the scariest part of the journey, but just start, step on the road. If you don't know where you're going, that's okay. Sometimes you just kind of have to go see where the road takes you. And you're not alone in wondering, how do I get into this field? Like, what do I do? What skills do I need? What certs do I need? What do I do? This is just a couple of the screenshots that I was able to find on Twitter from huge names in Twitter. This is a common question. Everyone wants to know, how do I get started? How do I get to where you are? Do you have any advice for me? And if, like I said, if you're on Twitter and you find any of these threads, like, there's a ton of information out there, and it is a completely attainable field to work in. And especially within the last couple of years, like, it's really blown up, and they're very accepting of new people and very supportive of people who want to be in this field. I included two here. There's a couple hashtags you can follow, like Cyber Mentoring Monday is really, really popular, where people not only are asking how to break into the field, but some people are turning around and saying, hey, I've been in the field, 5, 10, 15 plus years, and I want to help other people. So please reach out to me and I will help you with any questions that you have. So the biggest thing is, it's waiting for you. This job in this field is waiting for you to just take that first step. So how do you get started on this journey, right? A lot of you are in school right now or have finished school recently. So now I'm sure the question is, well, where do I go from here now that I've finished school? I recommend using open source intelligence gathering skills, right? Look at job postings. If you know what you want to do or kind of know a little bit about what you want to do, just Google what that job is and see what kind of skills they're asking for. See if they are requiring education. What kind of responsibilities do they have? Do they align with the things that you want to do? Because sometimes the job titles can be a little odd in different companies. So just look at the details underneath and say, is this something I can see myself doing for a long time? And even if they list out that alphabet soup of certifications, or they want just an insane amount of education behind the job, don't let that hold you back, because a lot of those job postings are wish lists on behalf of the company looking for you. They list everything under the sun on that job posting, but they're going to eventually have to hire someone. And even if you don't feel that you meet the requirements, it doesn't hurt to apply, because the worst that they can say is no, right? I also recommend checking out LinkedIn profiles. If you have a company in mind that you want to work for, go look at some of the employees that work there and see what kind of skill sets that they have. What does their experience look like? Make sure that, again, that their interests align with what you want to do in the long run. And I mentioned a couple times too, mentorship is really, really big in this field. You don't have to take this journey by yourself. You don't have to step out into the road and then be alone and take this journey one step at a time by yourself. There are a ton of people who are more than willing and want to help people enter this field. In the Discord channels I mentioned earlier, like I said, some of the big names in this field will be in there every once in a while to answer questions, or sometimes they do Twitch streams and answer questions and explain some of the things that they've done to get to where they are, or they'll answer some of the questions that people in the audience have on any number of things to get into the community. So I definitely recommend reaching out to SMEs or even peers with questions if you hit obstacles, because not everyone knows all the time what the next step should be, especially if it's not you. You're the only person who knows for sure if something feels right or if that's something that you would like to do. But sometimes the advice of others who have been in your position is really helpful in determining what that next step should be or what it looks like, right? So don't be afraid of reaching out and asking for help, because I promise you, someone's asked that question before, or someone has been where you have been, and they want to help make sure that someone doesn't have to repeat some of the same mistakes that they may have made being in that position. So then the ultimate question is, well, how can you be successful, right? I've talked about formal education and going to school and getting certifications, but some of the important skills that you want to get, no matter where you came from or what positions you've worked or what school you've taken or certifications you've gotten, just for a basic skill set is, Windows processes, OS internals, some basic networking. There's pen testing skills you can develop, reverse engineering, malware analysis. There's too many to list here, honestly. But these are some of the basic ones, at least for my specific subset of information security. But the other thing is there's a ton of personality traits that get neglected and not really mentioned super often when people talk about how to be successful in the field. And the biggest one is that intrinsic motivation. There's so much to learn in this field every day that if you're not motivated yourself to go out and learn or try something new or get any of the certs or anything that's out there, then you're not going to be as successful. This is not really a field where people are going to say, okay, well, you did the first thing on this list. Well, here's the second thing. Okay, now that you finished that one, here's the third thing. You can be successful that way, but you're going to be far more successful and confident in yourself if you are intrinsically motivated to go out and seek those things out for yourself. Additionally, the problem solving skills is really, really important too, for pretty much anything under information security. You want to make sure that you have solid problem solving skills and written and verbal communication skills too. Eventually, you're going to have to get in front of your boss or your boss's boss and say, this is what I did. This is why I did it. Here's my entire thought process. And you want to be able to communicate that effectively and sound confident in yourself. The analytical skills are also very important, as well as the detail oriented. Those are, especially if you're going to start moving towards like the law enforcement side of the house, where you really have to make sure that you're documenting everything you're doing. Those are super important. And you'd be surprised at the number of people that you would encounter in this field who have a really hard time with the written and verbal skills, especially the detail oriented side. A lot of people aren't super into documenting the things that they do, but those are very, very important skills to have and very important personality traits as well. So even if you're not the most technically proficient person, that's okay, because the personality traits on the right side of the screen here are just as important as those technical skills. And this is another screenshot of just all the different domains you can get interested in or find yourself working in one day. So don't think that you have to shoehorn yourself into one or two positions, because this field grows. I feel like it doubles like every 2 years on the number of things that you can get interested in. So not all of these are technical, and that's okay, because they're just as important as the technical positions. But some of those personality traits I talked about are going to help you in every single one of the bubbles on this screen. You like to find the intrinsic motivation and figuring out where you want to go and how you're going to get there. You might not end up in one of these bubbles, and there may be a new bubble under this domain that you found. And you just have to be confident in your skills to get there. Because I know for me, especially, sometimes it's hard being confident in myself, but I know that the skills that I have built and the knowledge and the education stuff that I have, I can be confident that I know what I'm talking about as far as work goes. And sometimes it's a lot easier for me to be confident in that than it is like myself. And sometimes it's easy to get caught up in all of these different domains and all the different bubbles. But if you kind of take a step back and say, you know, I might not be exactly in this one spot, and that's okay. You'll find a lot of success in this field, and never worry about fitting into some weirdly defined job posting. At the end of the day, there's going to be a spot for you in this field, and you just kind of have to start the journey, take the first step, and eventually you'll find yourself in one of these spots or a new one, and that's okay. But just to end on a quote here, it's the job that's never started that takes the longest to finish. Your journey might be 8 years like mine. Some people really fast track their way. Some people have been in this field for 20 plus years, right? But you're never going to know if you're going to be successful in this field until you actually start the journey and start working towards some of these goals. And that's the biggest takeaway today, is just starting and seeing where you're going to go. You're never going to know until you take that first step. So did anyone have any questions or anything for me? Let me see.
See, I don't see any posted in the chat, but hopefully someone will. But I will ask you a few of my own, and hopefully we'll see more show up.
Okay.
You've talked about certs. If you were going to get one cert, what would it be?
So if you're new to the field, I personally recommend any of those CompTIA certs like A+ or S+, only because I think those really set the foundational skill sets that are going to be valuable for any of those other domains that I mentioned earlier. Even if you don't get the certification itself, if you look at what Security Plus or Network Plus or A+ are going to teach you, and you learn those concepts, those I think are definitely the most valuable, especially if you're starting out.
Okay. Do you still think that joining the military and getting that experience there, with learning new skills, et cetera, that you're to get you where you are, do you still think that was the best way, I guess?
So for me personally, I do think it was the best way, but I want to stress that was my specific path, but I don't think that everyone needs to take that path to be successful. For me, definitely, I spent a lot of time before the military not really sure what I wanted to do, or I kept bouncing back and forth in college between a bunch of different career fields. So the military definitely, I mean, they said, hey, you're going to do this job. So there wasn't a whole lot for me to say, I don't want to do that job. But for me, it helped. I don't think that it's necessary for everyone to do that. And I just want to stress that you don't have to join the military to get good at InfoSec or get into InfoSec.
Yes, you mentioned that you're doing something in higher ed right now.
Mhm.
Can you tell us what degree you're seeking and maybe where?
Yeah, so right now I'm actually in NYU's cybersecurity program. I'm working on my master's degree right now.
Okay, okay. And one person wants to know if you work at the 16th Air Force?
I don't work there. I actually work, so it's the AFSR, or it's the 33rd Network Warfare Squadron.
Okay, yes, and she works in she's a civil servant in similar areas, so that I think
Oh.
that's why she was wanting to know. And what do you think about the software security portion these days over network info and data security?
So I spend a lot of my time doing host level stuff. So I think the thing with network security is a lot of stuff is encrypted nowadays, and it's hard to do network security, at least from my perspective. I know a lot of people are really good at the network security, but I think software, especially now as we move towards the cloud and host level stuff, is a really big piece, and it's super important to learn those.
Okay. Are there other questions from other members of the audience? I know Sharon asked if it was CompTIA you were talking about, and I think that
Mhm.
it was CompTIA's Security Plus and A Plus and Network Plus, the basics that you were referring to earlier.
Yeah.
One person wants to know if they're too old to join the Air Force. They're about 30 and have 2 children.
No, I don't think you are. I can't remember exactly what the age limit is, but they've raised it in the last couple of years. I want to say it's 39, but I'm not 100% sure. I think they've raised it past 35, but I'd have to double check. But there are a lot of people who join, later in life, and they have a ton of success in the military too. So I don't think 30 is too old at all.
Yeah, and I might add to that, maybe looking at civil servant jobs as well for
Yep.
the Department of Defense. I know Deborah Mills that's here and is sharing with us some of this, that they offer free training. If you join, if you sign up to work, you're learning on the job, but they also might put you into a education program to further your education and stuff. So, there are a lot of things for you to do. And yes, they pay for your school. If you join up as a civil servant, it's an internship type position. I share it every once in a while through the San Antonio Women in Technology with everyone on my distribution list. And this is both for a bachelor's degree and a master's. So if we have anyone out there that has their associates, it's a good thing to look at. Or if you have your bachelor's and you're considering going on to that next level, both places, it's a good thing to consider. Are there any specific, this is one I came up with, specific Slack or Discord channels that you recommend, or is it sort of just wide open?
So I might be a little biased here, but the two that I really like as far as community ones are actually from Trusted Sec or Black Hills Information Security. They post links to theirs on Twitter, and I think they've got them on their company websites as well. And I can post them here in the chat too.
No, that's great, because I know when I go out someplace like that, it's just so big.
Yes.
It's trying to figure out which one is best to do, because I just got into Discord. If you're at Gray Hat, the regular part of Gray Hat, they're doing most of their chat communication through Discord.
Yep.
They have a grayhat.co, not .com, channel, and if you go out, it's quite active. I don't have it on today because otherwise I'd get, just distracted and stuff. And we asked the last person if they ever experienced gender bias. I'm biased, and I'm not sure with the military if you can talk about an incident that you may have had to overcome with gender bias or anywhere else.
Yeah, it's actually been surprisingly low in my experience in the military. But I will say every once in a while you get those people who are really bitter, and they'll kind of attack the easiest thing to attack about you. And unfortunately for women in IT or security, it's the gender thing that they'll attack. So I've gotten a couple comments from just random people, like, the typical, oh, you're only successful because you're a female. And the military has kind of a zero tolerance thing, so it's a little different for me than it would be if I was in the commercial side. But I would say for me, it's always, you never know how to respond to that when someone says it, because it's like, that doesn't really impact how good I am at my job at all. So it's just, for me, it makes it easier if I recognize they're only attacking that because it's the most obvious thing about you and they're insecure about either their skills or their capabilities. And I've found that the more confident I am in my job and what I'm saying, the easier it is for me to just be assertive and say, well, no, I actually do know what I'm talking about. And the things that you're saying are, well, they're offensive, and you just, you kind of learn how to be assertive back to them and kind of put them in their spot. I don't know if that's unique to the military.
I think it's a good way to react anywhere. I mean, if you go out and watch some of the documentaries that have come out in recent years, we've been in IT now in fact, most of the first programmers were female, and then the guys took over, and we sort of, have now been about 25% for the last almost 20 years, I think. And having to be assertive, but doing it in a way that you don't, totally alienate yourself is very important, I think.
Yes.
And I mentioned with the last speaker, having a male ally sometimes helps, someone that you can go to. And I guess I asked one other question last time. I'd like to ask you too. Have you ever had to negotiate things with your job? Can you, it might be that certain work hours or anything else. So I don't know if in the military you can negotiate salary, but are there things that you've had to negotiate?
Oh yeah. So you're right. Salary is not really something that I would have to negotiate, but the working schedule or sometimes just the specifics of projects that I work on can be negotiated up to a certain extent. Because again, it is the military, so you have that kind of line that at the end of the day, you do have to do whatever it is your leadership is asking you to do as far as work goes. But I've learned kind of to find that balance that you mentioned earlier, where when I am negotiating something or advocating for something, I'm very honest, I'm very direct, and I'm very upfront about this is what I'm asking for, this is why I'm asking for it, and here's the rationale or my thought process on it. I found that being direct and being as honest as possible in that stuff has been the best way to communicate those types of negotiations that I've had.
Okay, we do have international students in our audience. Several of them are in the master's program. In fact, I can even say some are from Texas State in the CS program. And they're wondering, what is their scope in the info security field within the US if they're international?
So I don't have a ton of experience with the commercial side. I would say that I think that they've got pretty much the same impact here, especially because a ton of positions in the US are remote now. So they are offering jobs and different positions to international folks. So I would say it's about the same scope.
Yes, okay. Does anyone else have a question for Ashley?
I was going to say, I did see a comment from Sharon in here about the male ally. She said having a male ally implies that we cannot do it, but female allies are a good idea. In my field specifically, I was up until recently the only female at my job doing what I do. And I do agree with Sharon. I don't have male allies necessarily who sit in the meetings like you guys were talking about earlier, but I do have a group of male coworkers that I talk to on a regular basis where I'll sit with them and explain some of the frustrations I have and maybe why I'm feeling that way, just I guess so they're aware of the different ways that people interact with me sometimes versus them. And it's nice not necessarily having them because they're males and they're my allies, but just a group of people at work that you're friendly with and can vent to about work or talk to about some of the projects you're working on, I think is really important.
Yes, and I didn't mean that it needs to be a male when I was talking about an ally, but often, like you said, you're the one female in the room. So having someone else that understands and stuff, and even like a mentor, you know, sometimes a mentoring role or something. We do have another question that's really good, and it's to identify some ways to reboot a career after a long break in that career.
Personally, I would say just jump back into it. Especially if you did it for a couple of years and you're just on a break, just try to pick up where you left off and rekindle some of the skills that you may have dropped, or refresh some of the education that you may have had before. Especially nowadays, I feel like it's super easy because they have a ton of resources out there where it's super easy to jump in after a break, or if you're brand new to the field.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I agree. You know, like I've said, I've been at a lot of different meetings recently, and some people even suggest externships. And since then, I even saw a movie that came out about somebody coming back later in life and doing an externship and stuff to help reboot it. Getting involved, I think, in the community. Including in the externship is where it's not when you're in school, it's when you're after you're graduated from school, and maybe you have taken that break or you're trying to break into a new area or something, and you go in, and it's similar to an internship. It might not even be paid. You might be volunteering for a little while to get your foot in the door to an organization and learn those skills and stuff, and be able to put that on your resume for future. And so, you know, there are a lot of other things that you can do. Joining our group. And I know I'm plugging San Antonio Women in Technology, but the bigger we are, the stronger we are. And being able to see others that are like us, I think is very supportive. And also by joining, I'm able to send out, anytime I hear from anyone that they have a job opening, I'm able to send it out to the group and let them know, and try to foster. And also sometimes I do if an individual comes to me and says, hey, I've been laid off because of COVID or whatever the issue is, I often invite them to come back and let me know, and I'll send their information out to different companies that I might know at least are a good ally for our, you know, because it's almost like male and female allies. We also have organizations that are allies, including organizations, and I'll plug Accenture right now as one of our sponsors, is a great ally. I often talk with them if I have someone looking for a job and stuff. So, you know, and having those degrees can be important, but like Ashley said, getting caught back up on the latest lingo and latest things that are happening, and getting involved in the community, whichever way you can. If you're looking at security, the Information Security Systems Security Association meets monthly in San Antonio. And we also have some women in cybersecurity groups that have spun up, both a professional San Antonio Women in Cybersecurity group and some local chapters at universities and stuff. So yes, I'll put some of the names and some of this stuff in chat in just a minute when I quit talking and and going on and on. But I think it's important to understand there's a lot of different networking places to go. I attend a lot of the ISSA meetings. When they go back to face-to-face, they'll be charging for lunch and making a little bit of money for the organization. If you're into healthcare security, it's the Health Information Management Systems Society. And there is a local San Antonio and there's an Austin group, and I've attended meetings from both of those groups. And again, very supportive and everything. So I'll try to list a lot of them. I'll also try to get those out on our webpage so that you'll continue to come back and look at what we're saying. And I'll work with you, all of you, you know, and stuff to try to get you where you need to be. Our next session is supposed to start at 12:10, but I can start it at any time. If you need to break, you know, you can go grab some lunch and then come back into the room, and we'll start putting people into breakout rooms. If you have someone that you really want to meet with, there's 3 of us in the room that are co-hosts. There is Smitty Bat, and there is Jiang Yang, and there is myself. So you can let one of us know through private chat or some other form to let us know who you would like to talk to, or we can randomly put you with a professional. Let us know if you're a professional or whether you're a student. Would be good to know as well. So, so if you want to go grab your lunch, you can. If you're ready to go, I can start we can start putting people into breakout rooms. And well, it randomly put people in breakout rooms. I didn't think I told it to do that, but I will move people around. Or you can pop back out.
Miss Barbara, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It put me into one of the breakout rooms and I left because I wanted to get the information that you were typing in the box.
I will type that in probably in about 15 minutes.
Okay, well, my camera is now telling me that it will not start, so it won't let me go back into the rooms. So-
Okay, I will be moving people around. We have most people left, I guess, to go get lunch. And so I will be putting people into rooms with people that are here. I can put you in with Jennifer Torres right now. Let's see if I move you to room 11. So
Okay.
I've moved you there. Hopefully you'll have to hit join. There should be a join button.
There was, but it disappeared. I'm looking for it right now. All I see is join audio, share screen, invite others, but it doesn't give me, I think I'm still in the main, well, obviously I'm still in the main room, but I don't have another, another add or join or anything like that.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to move you to room 1, and then I'll move you back out into the room with Jennifer.
Okay.
And see if you can see it then. Yeah, I'm not seeing how to add people when they are back out in the new room, and I usually can, but I guess it often makes them maybe try the join audio and see if that puts you.
Okay. It just,
Why don't you go out? Can you go out of Zoom and come back in? Because I can assign you to a room once you do. And you won't be in.
okay, let me see. I need to find the Xerox, make sure I have that link first.
Okay, not the Xerox. All you need is the Zoom room. And I can put that I should be able to put that in the chat real quickly. Give me a second to.
Oh, wait, I have that, the passcode 123070.
Yes, that whole, there's a link that I sent out at the beginning. Let's see, I can put it
On the email?
on the email. When I sent it, you registered, right? So you got the email.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you'll go back and hit that again, and come back into this Zoom room, that would be great. And I can move you around then, for
Okay,
sure.
I'll be right back then. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. If any of you in the main room want to join a room, let me know. And I will try to get you into a breakout room. So, and if you're having a lot of trouble getting into a breakout room, what I had at least one person do was to exit the main room and come back in, and then it was easier for me to put them in another room. I will try to move all of you that I see out here to a room that has people in it. And just hit join when you see the join pop up. Hi, Wad, how are you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm
I'm
doing,
having some internet problem.
oh, okay. So you were kicked out of a room?
Yes, I have some connections really bad.
I've seen a lot of people come and go
Yeah,
because of connections. Do you know what room you were in, or do you want me to just randomly assign you to one?
any room is fine.
Okay, okay, sounds good. Anyone else that's out here? Do y'all want to go into a different room? Whoops. I don't know why
Okay, Dr. Hewitt,
yes.
there is Ron here. I think she was just here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was trying to find her because I knew she was here. I think she must have, we're having issues with internet connections today. And
Oh, okay.
she joined your room again. Did she want to move to a different room?
So we were in the same room, she and we talked, but I think it would be nice if she can be in other room. So we already talked what we could.
Okay, okay. I'm trying to move her and I just, let's see if it works. A lot of students, when I move them, they don't see but she did, she's already joined. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
And I think there's 3 other young ladies here, but I think they must have walked away because I haven't heard from any of them wanting to join a room
Okay.
and stuff. So, and every once in a while, someone new comes in
Mm-hmm.
and I put them in a room. They show up at the top of my breakout room. So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Smitty.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
It was very helpful when I first set them up, it just shot people different places. And I thought it might be good for Ron since she's been out of school to talk to somebody at a university too. So I was glad y'all got put together for a while.
Yes.
Hi, Kay. How are you? I'm going to assign you to a room. Can you tell me a little bit about you? I guess I will assign her to room 1. Okay, she's joined. Hi, Adalia. How are you doing?
Dr. Grid, I can see room 3 where there's Lena, Suma, and me, but we all are here. We haven't joined it. I don't know, do we?
Right. If they join, I will ask you to go back in. But
Okay.
until they do, I'll leave you out. Or if someone else, Adalia is one of our panelists, so I'm not putting her in a breakout room yet. I'm hoping to get her mic working and make sure it works fine. She'll even turn her camera on.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
just-
ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Dalia. Perfect. I
Yeah.
will start my my video as well.
Okay, just so we can test it both and make sure it works and stuff. And then right now I have everybody in 2 breakout rooms, so I won't put you in one, but if we have more people come back, I might, if you don't mind talking with students, you know. So. And if any of the other students that are in the main room and haven't joined a room, let me know and I can move you to a room with someone that, you know, that can talk with you. And Terry, I'm going to leave you out here too until we have more people pop in. There should be a button if I've already assigned you to a room for you to join. So.
Hi, Barbara.
Yes, Terry.
Sorry, I texted you.
Yes, I started texting you back.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I saw. And I'm going to leave you out in the main room until we have more students come in that want to meet with someone, and I'll put you and Smitty in the room with them. And if you need me to separate it to 2 rooms, just one of you pop out and let me know.
Sure,
And yeah, right now I'll just leave you out here. You and I and Jiang and Adalia can talk if we want to. Yes. So.
And what is it precisely that we're doing with the girls in these meeting rooms? It's just trying to find out what their goals are, or?
Yeah, and if they have any questions about getting into IT, you know, and you could ask them what their major is to you know, start the discussion flowing. You know, ask some questions about themselves, and then they'll usually turn around and respond and stuff. So,
I guess it's a little harder for me being retired and not having.
I should be in a breakout room with you.
What's it like? I wouldn't know. I'm in COVID training.
Yes. So, yeah.
Oh, Lordy.
Yes. Oh, and we are broadcasting on YouTube, and I didn't want to cut it off because I shared the link this morning. So we are being broadcast live if anyone's out there. I haven't gone out to look.
Oh, okay.
A long time. Or maybe I can't even watch it right now, and I don't want to because I'll get feedback. between. Earlier, I was trying to get in to read the chat because I saw a whole bunch of chat on my phone. There is not a way for me to mute Zoom on my phone. I muted the call, I muted the speakers, and it was just a mess. I was running around trying to get to a place where I could read them. I was like, why can't I mute this phone? I even put the do not disturb on. So, and it was just a little bit fun. And so finally I found my Mac and I put it in a drawer. I put it in a drawer and I went and found it and logged it in too. And so then it kicked me out of Zoom, but fortunately we had two co-hosts. So
Wow.
From one computer to the next. I mean, it's really hard because, I don't want private chats to show up when I share my screen. And so, but I won't have to share my screen anymore. Yeah. So, yeah, but we've got several students. A lot of them left for lunch and didn't come back for the breakout rooms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. At one point I saw the high at 35 or 36.
Oh, yeah.
During Ashley's. I saw it about 24 for the first session. So I mean, our attendance is lower than normal, I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah, but at the same time, considering we're Zooming, that was pretty good.
Yes, and I don't know, I can look later on the YouTube to see how many people are actually in it, because someone told me that it says 4 are watching right now. So
Oh, yeah.
yes. And I was going to put something up to tell them how to get in. I guess I can put it in the chat window there. Let's see if I can paste it. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, and then, some of the girls, might have been, trying to be in part of the Zoom and listen to the talks and stuff, and then had to get back to classes and then may end up
Yes.
coming back again.
Yes, I think so. And, that's always going to happen. So, yeah, well,
Considering they're probably in Zoom classes, is it?
oh, yes. Oh, yes. No, I was going to say that I was meeting yesterday to try to get the YouTube working, and I had to pop out of one meeting to go right into the next. And, it's just a continuous challenge.
Yes, it is. Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, this almost makes us more available.
Yeah.
Instead of less. And, I know I'm working longer hours anyway.
Wait, I thought technology was supposed to make it easier.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Like I said, and you know this, well, maybe not, because I mean, I hold office hours from 5 to 7 one evening a week. And so that puts me that 5 to 7. I guess I got assigned a new class. And so I'm preparing lectures that most of the time I don't have to go out and prepare PowerPoint, but we're not using a book in the class. So I have to go prepare PowerPoint for 2 days. And, and I'm not complaining. I love it. There's not. And, yeah, and I'm laughing because my one machine, I can see some things, but then it'll not let me respond. It'll show me somebody's message. And then I'm like, well, can I respond? No. Yeah, it's just funny. So, oh. But yeah, no, I was working last night until I guess probably about 12. And
oh, Lord.
Yeah, just, well, I was sending those emails out, at the 11th hour, please join at this link and trying to grade and other things. And
Oh, yeah. Deb's calling me at all hours of the night, telling me I'm still working. I hate this.
yeah, so she's the same way. She does that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they gang up on her and they're making her go into the office a couple of days a week, but she'll stay there for maybe as little time as possible, before she starts to go nuts.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are getting used to working from home. And
Yeah, and that's one thing I did was that last year of working, it was all at home. And I didn't mind it that much. It gave me more time. For some reason, working at home, I could, start early in the morning. I usually get up at 5, log in and start working. And then maybe a couple hours in the afternoon, I'd stop, to refresh my brain and relax a little. And then I'd go till, 2 or 3 in the morning.
yeah,
I just put in tons of hours, towards my research. But you can't do that in an office setting.
no, and I was going to say I tend to start doing research about 9 o'clock at night. So because
Yeah,
I'm interrupted all, answering emails, checking different systems to see if someone has posted something that I need to respond to, and
oh, yeah.
and then meeting with classes or students, or just meeting with other faculty that want to collaborate on research or something. And so, yeah, it's usually between, 7 when my office hours end and 9 at night. I'll get back on and just start trying to go, okay, which project should I work on tonight? So, yeah,
Oh, yeah. There's more flexibility working from home. I mean, when
yes,
you're in an office, it always drove me insane because this person would come over and the boss would come over and everybody would be looking over my shoulder and what about this and what about that and yang, 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 and all of a sudden it's like, I didn't get anything done today.
yeah,
That drove me insane.
yeah.
Yeah, I think working from home is actually more productive.
I think it depends on the person.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Because I guess psychologically, a lot of people can't handle it.
No.
Yeah, when I first started doing it, I had the refrigerator calling my name all day long.
I saw that a lot on different media. People would post pictures and go, where I used to just have night dishes, now I have dishes from all day. And there's a big stack, a picture of a big stack. And I'm like, yeah, I sort of see that. And I worked from home a lot even before this because we only had to be in the office so many days. But I even saw that my habits changed
Oh, yeah.
when we were at home all the time and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised, with the COVID thing and not being able to get out, because I used to like to go out and eat all the time. And then, staying. So I thought, ooh, cool.
Yeah. Well, I had once and when I went on that special diet is when I had stopped eating out all the time. And so it didn't change me that much. And in fact, I can remember going to get takeout at times since COVID and going, wow, I didn't even do this for the last 2 years. This is fun. But yeah, but a lot less that, I mean, I stopped quite a while ago, and I always thought it was funny because my husband would come in sometimes and go, I'm going to go get takeout. Do you want something? And I would just say, no, I do, but no. Oh.
Yeah, I do a lot of DoorDash, and once in a while I'll use Uber Eats, and a couple
Okay.
of times I've done drive-through.
Yeah, where I am, there is no DoorDash. There is, I think somebody offered Uber for a while. And one restaurant here, I mean, we have about 6 restaurants total to pick from. One of them offers delivery, but I haven't even gone out to look at their menu.
Well, you're out in the middle of the mountain area.
Yes, yes, yes. We had a raging forest fire until the beginning of this week for about a week and a half.
What?
Yes, it's 9 miles from where I am. And it's
Colorado fire?
no, this one's in New Mexico and the northeast corner. It showed up one evening, a Saturday night, and I was on Facebook because that's how our communities converse. You know, everybody posts stuff, you know, hey, I've got this for sale, or you know, hey, you know, so-and-so is open tonight, you know, you might want to stop by and pick up this food. So I was just checking the Facebook page, and somebody posted a picture and said, is this a fire, an angel fire? And I ran outside and look all around, and I'm going, I don't see anything, and I don't see any smoke. And so I took a deep breath and went back in and went back to Facebook and started trying to read every different source. And finally someone said that it's towards Mora from where we are, or in between us and Mora. So
Good gracious.
yes, yes.
That's
And
less. It's bad enough you got bears.
yes. Well, in the fire for the first couple of days, they were like, be ready to evacuate at any time. They were pretty panicked, and they said it's about 6 miles wide and 6 miles long right now. That we had snow at the beginning of this week, and it snowed quite a bit. It doesn't actually kill the fire, but it suppresses it. So the area where it's burning will even start burning again in the spring, but they're hoping it won't get worse or anything.
Oh yeah, really.
Yeah, and I see Tammany, can you unmute?
Tamina.
Tamina, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure I say it right. I appreciate you coming in. I see your video's working. I see your microphone.
A little early.
No, that's fine. Adalia's in the room already too. We have 2 more coming in. And it's good to see both of you are here. It makes me feel a little better. I had one year that we hosted this lot, you know, in an event center, and I knew the faces of everybody that was coming to be on my panel. And I saw one panelist, and I started looking around the room. Who can I grab to put on this? And I just grabbed a person. You are going to be on the panel. And sort of, you know, just sort of put them on the spot, but they did a great job. You know, I said, I know you can answer these questions. You were one of my students a couple of years ago, so I feel real good and everything. But
yeah, I attended this event when I was in UTSA. Maybe 2015 you did it, or
I've done it since 2013.
No, like in UTSA campus.
Oh, at the campus there. Okay, yeah. Yes.
HEB Center, their HEB Center.
Yes, and then they were doing voting out in the lobby that year. And we got some girls from the lobby that were voting.
Yeah. There was voting time, yeah.
Yes, and we had a good time because I remember we were talking to them about, you know, this is a great career, you know, you should consider, and they were like, yeah, we're sort of undecided, and you're sort of helping us decide. And sadly, I've never heard from them to find out if they, you know, if it actually helped them decide a new career. So, but it was fun to meet them and stuff. I think somebody had come in and told me they're not on the registration. And I said, well, bring them in if they want to join us. You know, we're happy to have them. So, yeah, so it's good to see you again. So when did you graduate?
2017.
17. Okay, and where are you working?
IBM, Austin.
Okay, okay. And are you local in San Antonio or?
No, I'm originally from Bangladesh. So I moved to USA with my that admission, PhD admission in UTSA. So San
Okay.
Antonio is my first city to live. I was there for 6.5 years, then moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico. There I lived 1.5 years. Then I was in love with Texas, then come back. I was missing Texas.
Yes, I understand. I'm right now not in Texas, and it's very hard, especially with COVID. And so, you know, you think about, well, if I go back, I'm going to have to find a place that I feel comfortable staying and all of this, and even the drive, you know, stopping to get gas or do pit stops is a challenge and stuff. So yes, I miss Texas right now. So
Where are you located?
I'm in New Mexico.
You are in New
online
Mexico.
for Texas.
Which
Texas
city?
State.
Which city?
I'm actually in a little town called Angel Fire. It's in the
Angel
northeast
Fire,
corner. Yes, and yes, we've had a little cabin up here for many, many years, and we're supposed to be moving to Austin. And right now the market in Austin is insane, so I'm not moving right now. I keep looking, and my daughter looks for me because she wants
So
me.
I moved with my husband with his postdoctoral position in Sandia National Lab, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
But Albuquerque is not a big town to get like two spouses, the similar kind of.
Yes, yes. No, I could see that. Yes. So Ismail, are you here for the next session? I'm going to take, they're still in breakout rooms, the students that are here until I'm going to warn them about probably about 12 or about right before 1 o'clock. Did you want to join one of the rooms, or did you want to just stay out here in the main area?
You were asking me?
There is someone in this room that just joined, and his name is Ismail. And he can unmute, or she, and let me know.
Hello.
Hi.
I'll just sit out here and wait for the next session.
Okay, okay. I was just checking. We're glad to have you join us for the event. And I think the next session is one of the most important. Are you a student?
I'm actually a university student, yes. I have 4 weeks left on my last course for my bachelor's of cybersecurity.
Oh, okay. Okay, great, great. And we'll have the career fair after the panel, but do you have a job?
As right now, no.
Okay, so when we get to the last part, I will post a link in the chat, and you will go to the different places that are hiring. And if you want to talk to a university about getting a master's degree, you might want to click on a couple of the university links and talk to them about their master's programs too. Yeah, you know, so yeah, stay for the panel, because the panel will talk about that, finding that job and that transition from the school to the workplace. And then as soon as that is done, then we'll have the, you know, then that career fair where you can actually talk to people that are recruiting for jobs.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to stay for that for sure. That's what I was looking forward to.
Okay, awesome. Yes, we're glad to have you. And if you know of someone else that wants to join, just share that same link that you have with them and ask them to join. And yes. So,
thank you.
Yes. So let's see. And I see Victoria has joined from Accenture. Her meeting is over, and she'll be at the career fair at the end. So it's good to see you, Victoria.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. I had to cut out for a little bit because we had a meeting that has been on the calendar for months that we couldn't miss. So, but I am back now. I wanted to be back in time for the workplace panel because I know Idalia is going to be speaking. So,
yes. And she's here. I'm glad to see her.
Victoria.
Hello.
Oh,
That was
so,
a great talk, Victoria.
I'm sorry?
I
Jennifer,
said that was a great talk you gave today.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was Jennifer Torres earlier today.
What? I thought it was Victoria because I kept seeing the name Victoria.
Not I.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay.
Okay,
I would love to take the credit, but it's not mine, unfortunately.
Okay. Chalk that up to old age.
yeah, I just broadcasted both of the rooms that I'll close them around 12:59. So they've got about 2-3 more minutes in them. And so right now it looks like you're the two people on my panel. I hope the other two will join shortly. And if they join in the middle, I might, once one of you finishes talking, I might ask them to introduce themselves if they're a little late. But I will try to get it started at 1 because I am, cognizant of your time too. While the career fair is going on, anyone that can stay and will stay, I will put them in breakout rooms. And if someone has a resume they want you to review, to give them suggestions if you feel like you're confident that you can do that. And then the last is to do a mock interview and ask them questions like they might get when they're in a job interview. That would be great too. So. And I see more people have joined, but I still don't see my two other panelists, but. Okay. Okay, I'm going to close the rooms. They have 60 seconds when I close them. Okay, I want to welcome everyone back. We're going to have our panel talk right now. We have Tamini and and I'll let her introduce herself. And we also have Adalia Ramos from Accenture, and Tahimi's from IBM, and I'm probably saying her name wrong again. But I want to welcome both of them, and we might have a couple of more panelists pop in a few minutes. But before that, I'm going to have both of them introduce themselves So Tammy, do you want to start first and tell us a little bit about your background, your major, where you graduated from school, maybe your path a little bit too, to where you are now?
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. Can you, I think you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, so I actually had a computer science and engineering major. I graduated from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. After my undergrad, I actually worked like a pretty diverse path, academia, software industry, telecommunication industry. So I worked for Norway-based telecommunication in like industry called Telenor, and after that, I moved to United States with my PhD admission with the UT San Antonio. There I completed my master's, interim master's in 2015 with the concentration on information security. And then in 2017, I completed my PhD with access control and authorization. Specifically, the area was security and privacy. Now I'm working in IBM Security. I joined there in 2018 as a research software developer. I work there for their software development, and I also work with their research initiative with IBM Research for their next generation access control implementation in the IBM security product.
All right, you've got a very, very different career there. Very interesting. And I'm going to move to Adalia and ask her to introduce herself too.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Hewitt, thank you for inviting me. So my name is Idalia Ramos, born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. Graduated with my first degree in forensic psychology from John Jay College in 2011. Immediately commissioned into the U.S. Army in their Signal Corps, which was a completely different path than where I wanted to go. Stayed with the Army National Guard until 2017 and attended UTSA for another undergrad in cybersecurity with a minor in digital forensics, where I graduated just last year, December of 2019. I currently work at a Center of Federal Services as a security delivery analyst for vulnerability management and compliance.
Awesome. Thinking back to your college education and experience that you got from college, what has helped you prepare the most for the current job or role that you're in? And either of you can do this. Actually, I see Mitra is here too. Mitra, do you want to unmute and introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mitra Bokai, and I am an assistant professor at St. Mary's University in San Antonio. I basically got my undergraduate and master's degree both in Iran, and I worked for 4 years in industry as a security auditor. And after that, I applied for a PhD degree and I moved to the United States. And I was basically I got the admission from UT San Antonio, so University of Texas at San Antonio. And so I worked in software engineering during my PhD degree. So my concentration is software engineering and requirements engineering. And I mainly worked on the ambiguity in requirements. So I analyzed privacy policies mainly as requirements, and I work on the ambiguity mentioned in the privacy policies.
All right. So we have 2 UTSA grads here, not plugging UTSA, but I have my PhD from UTSA as well. But mine is in CIS, and I think both of yours are probably in computer science.
Yes.
And at some point, I want you to touch on teaching and how that is rewarding, Mitra. But right now, I'm going to go back to that first question I had. Thinking back to your college education, what has helped you prepare the most for your current role or job? And whoever wants to answer can answer, and then move to the next.
So what prepared me the most from college was actually working during college. I worked full-time while going to school full-time in a small IT department, which allowed me to have a lot of experience or get a lot of experience in different fields, from networking to patch management, because of how small the team was, as compared to working for a bigger company where everything is divided into different projects or different groups that only work on specific aspects within IT. So taking my experience in the work field and then bringing it back into the classroom, where I was able to, I guess, have two different views on how to approach something, because what you're taught in class, from what I believe in, is more of theory, best practices, based on a number of experiences, but that doesn't necessarily work toward, or may not work toward, a specific company that you may work for in the future. So just being able to differentiate the both was a great way for me to make my way into the workforce.
I have the same experience like Adalia, even though like I didn't work during my school days, but I had like before starting my graduate degree, I had the working experience in industry. So actually when I again came back to academia for my like graduate degree, I could have like seen both sides of the coin, something like the real world scenario and the like theoretical world, and then I came back to like industry again. So when now I can see like something like the high level view and the like real world view. So when we I feel like when we work in academia, we have something like theoretical things that may not work. You have to twist, you have to shape up your ideas and stuff. And when you work with real-time product and get customer feedbacks on those products, that is a completely like different view. So I had a little bit experience during my like PhD. I worked with a open source initiative like OpenStack, and I had meet up with them like a few times how the real world product work. I took my like theoretical idea to them and then they gave me feedback. So at that time I had some feeling of how the real world product work and those process and stuff. So I think that makes me like more interested to come back to industry again, so that I can use my research background and like real world experience to implement the thing or idea that I'm working on most effectively.
Right. Mitra, do you have something to add?
Sure, I absolutely agree with Adalia and Tahmina because I have the same experience. So I started my master's degree while I was working at the same time, and I continued working after I got my master's degree. So I could see different sides of a scholarship happening over there, the applied side of it and also the theoretical side of it. And when I decided to continue in academia, basically my PhD degree was the best help for me because I was doing roles as teaching assistants, so handling classes and working with graduate students and research collaboration. So that prepared me the most for the job that I have right now, because I'm teaching, doing research, and doing research with undergraduate and graduate students and collaborating with other researchers. So I want to say it is dependent on the job that you will take and the experiences that you will gain through your journey, no matter whether they're in industry or in academia, they are part of the same scholarship, and they will all go hand in hand. And because there is a point that you have to integrate all of those things.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and that was some of what I was talking about, bringing that in, that teaching role, because I think it's important that we have a lot of role models within the universities to encourage females to, get their education in tech and stuff. So in your opinion, what was the hardest part about transitioning from the college to the workplace?
For me, the hardest thing is staying in the same chair 8 to 5 p.m. and doing the stuff. This is the first hardest thing that I felt like after being a student for a while. So I worked before coming to academia again, but I forgot about that I had to stay the whole day and work on the same thing. During working in a real world, and when you work in a production system, there are some incidents happen that you need to response as early as possible. There are SLAs and stuff. So those are the stressful moments that for a single fix, maybe one line fix, but you have to go to thousands of lines running those things in your local system, had to test in different environments and stuff. So I feel like those things, we were working on our proof of concept implementation while we are in academia, and the projects that we were doing, those are prototypes and stuff. So I think that is the hardest thing for me, working in production system and staying as a stressed way to debug stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Sitting down for 8 hours, just staring at a computer was a completely different take. When I completed college the first time in my undergrad, I commissioned directly into the Army. So it was a quick transition. But I think anywhere you go, you'll have that feeling of a fire hose effect, right? Like you're going into a position where people have been working there for several years already. They have their processes, and you're just going in trying to gather all of that information and find a fit so that you can be an asset to the team. I think that was the hardest transition, trying to figure out all the processes, the policies, just making sure that what you're doing, what you're implementing is in line with what the team or where their team wants to go. So I know when I was in college, I absolutely hated group projects, but I think it's a great way for you to learn how to work with other people, because once you get out into the real world, you'll be working with many teams, different teams who have different ideas on how they want to approach a situation. So just, I think that was just the hardest part for me overall, figuring out how to become an asset to the team.
All right.
So for me, so I have to add, my schedule, just because of the nature of my job, teaching, being a professor, I'm more flexible. So I don't have to sit on the same chair for 8 hours. But because it is flexible, sometimes the boundary between work and life is blurry. So that's the downside. But the hardest thing that I felt through this transition was when I was a PhD student. So I had my advisor taking care of everything. I was getting paid without thinking about the budget, where the money is coming from. And I was just responsible for the project that I had. And we had teamwork, which was fine. But at the moment, I see myself basically trying not to, I'm basically trying to survive in the environment that I am responsible for my own budget. I am responsible for the students who work as researchers with me. So I have to manage those things. Those aren't the things that we learn during graduate school or even undergrad. Those aren't the skills that we are being taught. So that was the challenging part that I had to face when I started my career.
All right. Yeah, those are good answers. Hindsight is 2020. Knowing what you know today, what might you have done differently in your college education to prepare you for entering the job market?
Of course, more projects like would have like work on my social eminence, LinkedIn, Twitter, like whatever it is available today to like reach out the world about what I'm working on. My networking skill, communication skill, leadership skill, those things I feel like we all have, like most of us have a background degree CS majors or like close to CS. And so I think theoretical knowledge, more or less, we are in the similar space. But the thing that I missed in my college life, if I want to, like, if I have a chance to go back, I would start those other things that I just mentioned, the negotiation skill, leadership, and like all those stuff. I would love to work on those stuff along with my like study and like more projects, obviously.
Yes. Okay.
Hindsight 2020, I think I would have taken college serious the first time around. When I entered college the first time, my degree was actually, or my focus was in computer forensics. But I wasn't too serious. My GPA fell way below, and I needed to graduate in order to commission into the Army. That's why I changed my major to forensic psychology. But I think life experience is something that you just get. When it comes to leadership roles, that was something I was able to learn because of the military. Discipline was something I was able to learn because of just life, and realizing that it's harder as you get older and as you become more embedded in your career. So hindsight 2020, I would have taken everything more serious the first time. Would I change anything? Absolutely not, because I am more serious in the field I am, and I'm more passionate about what I'm doing because it's something I worked toward. So, if I could give anyone advice, life experience will definitely dictate where you see yourself or where you end up going. So my second time in college, I was completely serious. That 15-minute rule, professor doesn't show up, I stayed the entire time, just in case they did show up in the last 20 minutes. So I guess you just have a different perspective. Yeah.
Awesome.
So if I could go back to my undergraduate degree, I would participate in robotic teams. So the school that I studied and I got my undergraduate degree, we had a very strong robotics team, and I never bothered to join the team. And just because I thought, oh, that would be like too much commitment. I would definitely change that. I would go back and join that team, because the experience gained through that team, like the coding experience, the team working experience, all of those things, I would have benefited a lot from that experience. One more thing that I would change, I would spend more time in the library with making groups and study with them. I was more like a loner. I would study on my own. I would come back home the minute the classes were over. But if I would go back, I would basically spend like 8 to 10 hours in the library every single day.
All right. I do have a question in the chat room, and I'm going to go ahead and ask that one right now. What do you do when you have a person, or a teammate that's not pulling their weight on the project?
I think the first thing you need to do is talk to that person. Of course, the last course of action is to escalate to, your supervisors, especially if it impacts delivery to, who your client may be or to the project that you're working on. So, speak to them first, tell them, the expectations. Maybe you have to pull that leadership role and dictate, who's doing what in order to accomplish that end goal. But at the end of the day, it is a teamwork effort. And if they're not pulling their weight, it's the real world. You might need to escalate it to leadership, but hopefully that's not where you have to end up going.
Yeah.
I can add something with Idalia. So sometimes people may have different like family commitment or like something else. So I would love the leadership role who need to talk to them first, need to know the people who are working in their team and their like what is happening in their life, maybe a short-term effect that is affecting them for that time. And like how we are going in 2020, like all those stuff. Not everyone can be like 100% committed to their work because of their other responsibilities, like taking care of parents, kids, homeschooling and stuff. So like maybe something happening behind. So I would expect a successful leader needs to know their people who are working in their team first, their background, what they're doing, and what he can do to help them to be productive to the team again.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Tahmina and Adalia. Most of the times, the reason that a person is not committing to the teamwork is either medical issues or family issues. There's some personal issues that's happening with that person. So the team members or the leader, they can talk to that person because as a team, we are a family. So you can talk to that person and identify the root of the problem and try to help that person. But if that problem keeps happening or it continues, well, there are different ways you can approach it. Sometimes the leadership will ask the team members to approach that problem just like as friends, to talk to that person and try to motivate and encourage that person to be more involved in the project. So those are the initial steps that I have seen. It helps a lot just by very open communication and being supportive, not passive aggressive behavior, basically, let's say that. That would help. So the communication is the key.
Agree. I think passive aggressive behavior actually just makes everything so much worse, which is why, when you approach them, you're honest about the feedback is something that, or some way you want to help. Regardless, everyone's a team. You all have that same goal. So stop, no passive aggressive.
Yeah, I can add one more thing, other than this, like medical or family issue, maybe the person is not enjoying what he's doing. Maybe like the assigned task, this is not the specific task for you, for them they enjoy to do that. So we stay in our work for 8 hours or more than 8 hours, 10 hours. We have to love what we are doing. So maybe he or she has some other passion there where they can thrive. So we need to help that person. How can we figure out?
Yes, it's a big challenge. That's why I went ahead and asked that question. I didn't want to lose it later and stuff. And I have one question specifically to Adalia, and maybe somebody else wants to add. Can you share the story where you hated the group projects when you were in school?
I think the projects I disliked the most were the ones that didn't have to do with my major. So I remember I had an art project when I was in John Jay College. We had to go to the museum together and write a paper. I absolutely hated it because, again, it wasn't something I was completely passionate about. When I went to UTSA, most of those projects I actually really enjoyed. I didn't have, well, my group members were all, I mean, we were all looking toward a cybersecurity degree. So everyone was interested in the research. They were interested in participating. You know, this is something that they wanted to partake in because it was something they wanted to do in the future. So those were the projects I hated the most, just non-major oriented projects that, you know, for classes we had to take in order to get a degree.
Okay.
Hope
Tamina,
I answered that question.
yeah, Tamina or Mitra, do you want to add something to that?
When I was in college, I used to not love those group projects a lot because there are people I need to deal with. Maybe the question that ask that someone is not pulling their weight on the team. So like someone else to deal with that, like dealing with people is the hardest thing that I felt at that time, but it is the most valuable quality as a leader. So if you want to grow as a leader, you have to do those group projects and dealing with people, and you learn a lot from like different person, how to deal with different persons and people.
And I mean, you'll encounter dealing with very difficult people throughout your career. So if you have a member of your team that's difficult to work with, you know, that's a grade as opposed to, you know, your career. It's something you can also talk to your professor about as well.
Mitra, do you have anything to add or?
So one of the challenges that I have recently faced with the team projects, it's not that a person is not doing their job. It's more like people have high egos, and that would affect their behavior toward the rest of the team. Um, so handling that also is very challenging. How would you deal with someone who thinks that they know everything and they need to dictate everything to other people? So that's also challenging, which I did not like working in that team environment. And that has been a recent experience, actually. I never had that experience before, but that has been a recent experience, which made me evaluate my decisions and think about different personalities that are out there. So it's the other side of the spectrum.
Yes, yes. No, it's interesting that you bring that up, but you're right. That ego gets in the way sometimes and makes it more challenging and stuff. My next question is, what do you enjoy most about being in an IT professional?
I would say every week is a different challenge. You know, IT is consistently changing. You know, what you learn in school maybe 3 years ago may not be used in the real world when you get out there. So it's the ability to continue to learn. I think it's one of those fields where you go in and with the mindset of, you know, continuing to learn and expanding your knowledge and becoming more sufficient or efficient in what you're doing and what you're passionate about. Yeah.
Awesome.
So the most thing, like the thing that I love most in IT as a IT profession, because the same thing Adalia says that you do not do the same thing even like the consecutive 2 days. Every day is different. Like whenever you morning, like now we do not need to go to office, but open your laptop and like see whatever is there. You can see like different incident happening. People are tagging you in different problems they are facing. You have to solve those problems, and not two problems are same. So those things I enjoy a lot. I am a like lifelong learner. So when I feel like I enjoy my time most when I learn, and I am like I am not in my best mood when I am doing the same thing over and over again. That is, I feel like I am not the best performer on that time. I won't pull my weight on those cases. So my leadership has to reach out to me why I'm not pulling my, and that happened sometimes. Like I have been assigned the same stuff that I'm not enjoying that much, and they had to reach out to me. And when I shared those ideas, then they distributed those like boring tasks to other team members, and then I came back to my like normal productive cycle again. So I enjoy this most, that like we get to learn a lot every day.
Yes.
And solve problems and touch people's life. So that is the main thing.
Yes.
So one of the things that I enjoy a lot, and I apply it in my daily life, like my personal life, that is the computational thinking and critical thinking skill that I have. So the way that you solve a problem computationally, you use the logic. So you can apply that logic in any problem that you face probably in life. Yes, there is always like emotions, but at the same time, you can use that logic and it will help you a lot. But to continue what Tahmina and Adalia said, yes, I want to be challenged. If I don't feel challenged about my job, I quit. And I have done that before. So one of the reasons that I decided that I want to continue in academia was after 4 years in industry, I reached a point that I would propose some project, some new project, but for some reasons it would get rejected. So I would get back to my daily and routine life cycle or the job cycle. So that was one of the facts, one of the reasons that I had to say, I want more, I want the challenge, and I left that job.
Yes, thank you. How you know, I don't know about you, but my job is not typical 8 to 5. How do you manage, and especially with COVID, I think it's even, the boundaries even less drawn in the sand. How do you manage that healthy work-life balance?
I created a routine for myself. Something that, separates my, I guess, my day-to-day and work. I have an office, fortunately, and I don't go into my office after I'm done with work because I want to create that boundary at home because, I have my nephews living with me, so I have to make sure I have time for them and, just the upkeeping of the house and everything. So I do as much as I can throughout, just the day. And if I have to follow up at night, I'll log in for maybe an hour and follow up on whatever I need to do. Or I'll just, wake up a little earlier and, get some things that needed to be done the day before completed, just so that it doesn't fall behind. So there's a lot of give and take, but I think just establishing that boundary from work and, being at home helps a lot. And I think everyone needs to create that boundary, or else you'll find yourself working, 13 hours a day because, you're home already. So why not?
So what worked for me, it's not work-life balance, it's work-life integration. Because I'm a full-time software engineer and a full-time mom, full-time homeschooling teacher, and like everything. So I had to homeschool my kids. They're in like online virtual class now. So what I managed by this time, that I maintained that how Idalia said that I think 9 to 5 or like 6 schedule for that. And then and I ask my kids to like do their homework or stuff, whatever they can. And if they have any questions, they can come to me like after like 6. I would like answer those. In the daytime, I had to like help them with their login or some technical issues if they have. And me and my husband both are like sharing those loads. So like a supportive partner is another thing that you have to like, if you have a partner, or I am not talking about like single mother. I am not like, I cannot think like how people would manage because of this COVID. My 4-year-old, her daycare is closed, so she is at home now. I at first thought that it is impossible. Now we are all getting adjusted to the schedule and stuff, but it's hard. It's very hard. So I would say that something like work-life integration, life in work, working life, how it is working for me.
Yes, I understand. Mitra, do you have something to add?
So one of the advantages of not leaving for work is using that commute time towards your work. So I kind of like that idea. But again, yes, you need to have the balance. I have actually like spent like 14 or 15 hours of day working, but truth to be told, that cannot be sustained and it will have its damages. So after like working for a couple of months, just like that, I had to readjust my schedule. So create time for myself. I don't have that much personal commitments. So create time for myself to plug out, have a commitment for workout, yoga, anything that I wanted to do. I have a commitment for meditation, anything like praying, whatever you want to do, have that commitment. And if you are asked to do more, just let the people know that, you know, this is the time that you need to be spending on other things, and your mental health is also important. And you need to create that expectation. So you need to tell people that uh, this hour of the day is assigned to this activity, and this is the personal life that I have. A lot of times I see with my friends where they work in industry, especially during COVID, the people who are single are taking higher load just because their colleagues, they have basically family, kids that they have to devote some time to, the family and kids. And I see the pressure on my single friends, and they always say, well, we're working more. And I don't think that's fair either. The whole situation doesn't seem fair. But again, just create a schedule for yourself, stick to it. And mental health, the physical health is also important. Do not work for hours. Um, Repeatedly, it's not sustainable.
Yes, no, I understand. I agree with that one. And I'm having to learn those boundaries for myself even. So, you know, and stuff. So my next question is from the audience again, and it's, what are the situational differences and difficulties in teamwork between workplace and working from when you were in the workplace and now that you're working from home?
So fortunately, the client that I work with, they're not even here in San Antonio. So I mean, my team used to go into the office to work for the client remotely, regardless. So the transition from working, in office to at home wasn't as impactful as it may be for other people who work with their team or the company on a day to day. I think so. With that perspective, not much has changed, but within the team itself, um, I I can't say that there's been much of a change. My team is very small, so it may be due to that. We're consistently talking on Teams. We're always collaborating, so I haven't felt much of an impact on delivery or with the team since going completely remote. But I'm sure bigger teams have a more difficult problem.
It may be the nature of our job that we immediately went to remote and we never felt like that much change happened in our work. Because like we used to work close to like this scenario, just cannot see each other like face to face. Other than that, I didn't feel like that much change, but the social interaction, that is not happening, like the mm, teammates, or like if some new people join the team, so you do not get to know personally those people who are, so there are some like personal point of contact that people like feel like when they are communicating, even though in their professional like environment. So those are not happening in these days. I haven't felt that much change for this, because in IBM, I am working in like pretty much global team. So I work with people who are in India, I work with people who are in Europe, UK. So those communication is still same. But the people I used to work in Austin, just we cannot see each other face to face. So compared to pre-COVID and COVID, I do not feel like that much change for my work.
So for me, I have three aspects for answering this question. So the first one is the research. The research is still the same because it used to be remote even before, because we are collaborating with different schools. So that hasn't changed at all. But for collaborating with my colleagues at St. Mary's University, this is my second year of being a faculty member. So it's hard for me to know a lot of procedures. It's hard for me to know like some of the expectations. I receive some emails, which sometimes I don't understand 100%. So I don't know what to do with it. Before, since we had all of our offices in one corner, I could basically talk to other faculty members with experience, and I could ask them about the procedures or about the email itself. But right now, I find myself sometimes like trying to find the information without knowing what the source is. So that has been a challenge for me. The third aspect is how my students are reacting to online teaching. So I see some of the students, their productivity has dropped, and they are having issues with online education in general. So those are the new challenges in collaboration with colleagues, and also teaching remotely when you don't necessarily see the expression 100% on your students' faces. So what can you do?
Yes, I experienced that too. Instead of seeing them sleep in class, they're often don't have their face shown, so it's harder. Yes. We're with COVID, and there's a lot of other things going on and stuff, and people trying to enter the market and stuff right now. It feels a little tougher. I know I've talked to a lot of organizations, and they say they're scaling back a little, not a lot, for positions and stuff. But at the same time, what insight do you offer for these women that are chosen IT? How are they going to break into that workforce through this pandemic?
So depending on the career field that they decide to go into, I think taking the opportunity between, if you're not immediately in a job after college or graduating, taking the time to get certification so that you can have a foot in the door whenever that opportunity is open. Look at, go on Indeed, Monster, or even, the company that you're interested in joining, and see what the qualifications are, the certifications that they're looking for, the experience that they're looking for, and use that time to go toward that, to work toward that, so that when your resume is brought up, you can mention, during this time, I've, studied XYZ. I was able to get certified in this. This is what I've done. These are the projects I made for myself and I worked on for myself in order to become better qualified for this position. So just using this opportunity to better yourself in the field that you want to get into in order to make yourself competitive, because IT is a really competitive field. And the way you can leverage that advantage is to continue to learn and to continue to get certified in those certifications that they're looking for.
I would add with Idalia, with the certification, you have to work on your social eminence this time period, because companies like this, I can specifically talk about industries. Now companies are looking for like your social existence, like how like write blogs about whatever particular topic you have learned, or like if you have done a certification, you can summarize those things, and like work on your passion projects, upload it on GitHub, add those GitHub profile, make your own websites and add those profiles in your website. And networking, I cannot emphasize more networking, how you can do LinkedIn, whatever you found people, try to find people, and in your like dream job or whatever it is, reach out to them. Maybe they are not responding, one not responding, two not responding, maybe third person, they may respond to your request. And then like be prepared what you talk to them about. Try to research on their background, what they are working on, like their interest and stuff, so that you can talk to them, the common interest, and make themselves interested about you. So these things we do not learn at college. Nobody like told me actually in the college lesson. I had to learn this throughout my job searching process and stuff. Without networking these days, like without recommendation, I feel like our application system is a little bit broken. So like without reaching out to people, it's very hard to, like, if people do not know you, it's very hard to get into this industry workforce these days.
I want to continue on what Tahmina just said. So take this time of COVID as an opportunity, because before, if you, for example, wanted to attend a conference or a meetup, which was, for example, in Michigan, that meant you actually had to physically go to Michigan. But right now, you have the option to virtually attend those meetings and be part of groups that before it wasn't available to you because of that physical distance. So take that as an opportunity, attend the meetups, attend these clubs and groups that are for your specific concentration in IT, and basically improve on your social existence. As Tahmina said, like have a GitHub appearance, put everything that you have done, all the coding that you have done, all of your projects on GitHub, and document everything. That would be your social existence, and the companies will take a look at that. And as well, like your networking when you attend those meetups, when you attend those groups or workshops, try to network as much as possible.
I think that is great advice. You're right. There are a lot of meetups that are virtual right now, so it's cheaper to get to them. And often they don't have a charge, at least for part of the sessions and stuff. So they're even free if you watch. I try to post them. We have a LinkedIn SAUWIT page, and I try to post meetings that I see, especially if they're free, to that link. And I try to share them with our group as much as I can. I try not to blast emails out a lot, so I don't do a lot of them. But if anyone else has any and they join that LinkedIn group, it'd be great for you to post them when you see them and stuff, so that we have more, I have more help doing that. I was going to ask one of the panelists this question, but I'm going to ask all of you instead. A long time ago, we had a group of students from Texas State that went to Washington, D.C. for a competition. And while they were there, they were a marketing team. And while they were there, they were invited to New York City. They were offered jobs, but they didn't transition and move. They wanted to stay in Texas. They were too tied to Texas. So I'm going to all ask you this question because I know you're all not native Texans. So I'm going to, I want to know, how was it moving to a new location that's further away from family and friends and, into a new environment and stuff? And how are you coping with that?
So I moved out of New York when I was about 24. Spent some time overseas, North Dakota, and then ended up here in Texas. So I guess I was used to just moving. I think the way I see it, family is very important to me. So, not being able to see my mom and dad every day, it takes an impact. But social media has, done so much to allow us to stay in touch, right? Like I can call my mom and see her face anytime I want to. Same with my dad. I mean, anyone, any member of my family, I can do that with. New York is only a 4-hour flight. So pre-COVID, I try to go out there as often as I possibly can to go see them. I think when it boils down to it, you have to find something that makes you happy and that can progress you in your career. And sometimes that means having to move somewhere where you know absolutely no one and starting, from scratch, which is very scary. But, when you start to use a lot of your social skills and, you start to meet people, it does start to become home. I never thought North Dakota, I would love to live in North Dakota. Didn't even know where it was in a map prior to leaving New York City. But, I was able to find a small, family-like group of friends, who I'm still in contact with. So just learning to become or, getting out of your comfort zone to see what else is out there in the world. I think that's where people, tend to hold themselves back. A change is scary, but it's something that, we all need to learn to adapt with.
I take this moving as an opportunity to enrich yourself. This is an experience, lifelong experience, and it makes you like more what I would say, life would give you many things throughout even though you stay in the same place, your life won't be the same throughout 10 years, 30 years, 20 years. You would feel challenges. So I feel like take those opportunity, whatever comes to your life, and you would learn lot of things. I am thousands miles away from my family, but now these days I talk to them twice, thrice a day, and even like what I know what they eat for dinner. I know they know what I ate my breakfast. So those things every day we share. I don't feel like I haven't seen my mom and dad for 3 years. So because we share like everything, like every day these days. I moved here with an opportunity for my life. Not only that, I learned a lot of things here: new culture, new way of existence, challenge, and I love those experiences, and that made me see. I enriched myself a lot whenever I can see from like both sides of me when I was there only, and then like here after that. So I think it is a experience that if you don't like, you can always go back.
So I have the same experience. After I moved to the States, I basically tried to get internships every single summer within like a different city. And I love traveling. I love going there, making friends. And the friends that I have made through those internships, they're lifelong friends. And the collaborations that happens during my job, like a lot of opportunities opens up through those friendships, let me tell you that. So it's a great opportunity to just experience a different culture and expand your social network, because a lot of opportunities will come through those social networks. So take those opportunities whenever they arise, and don't be scared of the challenges. As Tahmina said, challenges can be like, you can face the challenge when you're living with your parents or within the same city as well. Just the nature of the challenges will be different. So don't be intimidated by moving. It's a great experience.
Sorry, I'm muted. That's made me sort of teary-eyed because my son is in Seattle, Washington. And so, you know, in pre-COVID, just like everyone else, I was able to hop on a plane and be there. And now we're not traveling as much and stuff. So I appreciate your answers, and I'm trying not to break up. But anyway, I want to ask one more question of everybody, and then we're going to break out. I'll explain to everyone how to get to the career fair as soon as that is over. Basically, what is one takeaway that you would like for each college student to leave with today?
Go for it.
Let's start. So I would say that for like specifically women, this field, like staying in this field is hard, but please, please, please don't leave this workforce. We need you. Like we are in a transition phase. So we have to face a lot of challenges throughout like our career, but we are doing this for our next generation. So we have to go to the leadership role so that our daughters can see, oh, okay, women can do like this in tech field. So that is like one single request to all of the like people who are attending this, university students and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can all see in your classrooms, there's a handful of women and, and a lot of men in your classes, and that's portrayed in the field as well. But stay interested, stay engaged in the IT sector. I was fortunate enough to be able to speak to a bunch of 6th to 12th graders, and I was so surprised to see how many young girls were participating in that, like just having an interest in technology and being able to see women already in the field, that pushed them and saying, oh, I can do this too, so be that person, that the younger generation can look up to and say, well, if they can make it, if they can do it, I can do it too, right? Another thing that was, touched on before is networking. I think one of the many reasons I got, the position I'm in is because I put myself out there. I went to a career fair, and I actually met my future boss there, so networking is a great way to get your foot in the door. You may not get it immediately. I didn't get it immediately, but because he knew me, we started to get to know each other. He knew my work ethic. He was able to bring me onto his team.
I want to say that have perseverance. If you fail once or twice, that is fine, but get up and push harder, because you will get wherever you want to be. Never give up. And some of my best students, and the best students are female students that I have in my classes. So I don't see any difference between why men can do it and women cannot. It's just, it doesn't make any sense for me. So try your best and show it to other people that you're capable of those things. That's it.
All right, I want to thank all of you for being here. Our next thing that we're going to do is we're going to have a career fair. If the speakers or anyone else that was a table host wants to stick around, I'll put you in rooms, and as students come in and want to do a mock interview or have somebody review their resume. I don't know if from breakout rooms you can share, but hopefully you can. I think I joined one day and saw that you could. And so maybe, review a resume, help them with the mock interview to get them ready to do those interviews. And what we're asking you to do is to go to, and let me see if I can share my screen again. And when you go out, you'll find this room right here. And some of these come back to our room. So don't think I'm in the wrong place, because the mock interviews are going to come back to this room. Texas State, if you want to talk to someone from there, Texas A&M San Antonio is going to come back here. Some of them are going to send you to other places, and those are all great too. But I will, but it will also have Security Service Federal Credit Union here in Sweary. So for HEB, for IPSec, for the 2 UTSA rooms, the Our Lady of the Lake room, and the UT Austin and the Accenture rooms, you'll go out to a different place. So when you click on each of these, and then once you finish talking to that group, you can come back to this screen and you can talk to another group. And as long as people are going in and out of rooms, I think a lot of these people will stay open till about 3:15. And stuff. So, I even said 3:30 because I didn't know if it was going to take longer being virtual or not. So we have posted this website out to the system and, or out to the chat room. And when you come in, I'll ask you what room you want to go into, if you want to do a mock interview or what you want to do. And I'll assign you to someone to help you with that. Are there any questions before we get started? And I have to go back and see if I can find my chat room, because I have to stop sharing. If not, it'll be great to have everybody go do that. It's good to have seen everyone, and I'm looking forward to seeing some come through and listening to what you have to say. So thank you all for being here.
Barbara,
Yes.
Barbara, if any student wanted to ask about graduate work in computer science or cybersecurity at St. Mary's, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, I figured, yeah, and we don't have you on the list, but St. Mary's is here as well. They've got 2 people that are representing them today. Very good people. Mitra and Carol are both from St. Mary's. So if you wanted to talk to someone about St. Mary's, let me know.
Would we just stay with you?
Yes, and when someone wants to, we'll send you into a room.
Great.
I always laugh. I'm gonna send you to your room.
Yes.
and stuff. So let's see if we have any students here now that want to go somewhere.